Chapter 165, Hollow Flame Essence. Chapter 165, Hollow Flame Essence. Qin Ziya's zither heart was similar to a martial artist's heart of martial arts. It was an unshakable embodiment of his will. The first time that Lin Ming had seen Qin Ziya, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him, as if there was some vast wave that lay in the depths of his heart. This was Qin Ziya's zither heart. But the second time that he had seen Qin Ziya, it was different. Although his appearance, voice, temperament, and even scent were the same, he was actually missing that zither heart. I see, so it was like that. There was someone masquerading as Qin Ziya. What kind of camouflage technique could be realistic to this point? And they actually dared to pose as Qin Ziya. This person must have known that Qin Ziya had already left the Seven Profound Martial House, otherwise he would never have even an ounce of courage to pretend to be him. Qin Ziya moves around from place to place so much that not even the Allied Trade Association has the ability to find out where he is. It can only be someone high up within the Seven Profound Martial House, like Ouyang Dehua. That fake Qin Ziya might have even been Ouyang Dehua himself. He could have learned some profound and mysterious transfiguration technique from the Seven Profound Valleys to fool me. It seems that the Seven Profound Decree is also fake, and the whole mess with Hualuo Nation and the Seraphic Pond and the quota of people were also fabricated by him. Lin Ming took the Seven Profound Decree from his spatial ring and ruefully smiled. He had only just glanced at the Seven Profound Decree one time, so he hadn't been able to figure out if this one was real or fake. As Lin Ming was figuring out everything that happened, he felt a sudden shaking in his chest, his heart began to rapidly beat, and heat flowed through his blood to all his limbs. Millimeter. Flame essence. Lin Ming searched inside his body and discovered that the heretical god seed's flame essence was very excited, as if it had just encountered something new. It was like a happy puppy that kept jumping up and down without being able to calm down. This little fellow, what's he doing? Lin Ming, though, that was peculiar. Originally the Thunder Soul was the more lively and active one, and the flame essence was usually sitting calmly around, so why was it so jumpy today? Thinking back on this, when he had used Thunderfire Annihilation a moment ago, the flame essence had been exceptionally excited, and the fires that it had produced were much more formidable than in the past. Could it be Red Lotus demonic inflammation? Lin Ming's memories flashed before his eyes. Of course, he was so silly. Since the flame essence was able to absorb lava fire, then it could absorb other types of fires. He hadn't thought that the Red Lotus demonic inflammation technique that Huagong had released a moment ago was a type of energy that he could have absorbed. But now that Huagong had died, how could he absorb it? The flame essence shouldn't be so excited without a good reason. It must have found something interesting. Aware of this, Lin Ming began to probe Huagong's corpse with his soul force. Since Huagong had died, his soul had dissipated, so Lin Ming was able to drive his soul force straight into the body and investigate. Here it is. Lin Ming drew a dagger and picked at a part of Huagong's right hand. A red bead of burning flames immediately jumped out. Although this bead had been buried within Huagong's flesh, there wasn't the slightest bit of blood staining it. As the fire bead appeared, it suddenly flew up, trying to escape. However, Lin Ming had already trapped it with his true essence. Once he obtained the fire bead, the flame essence within Lin Ming's heretical godseed became even more agitated, as if it couldn't wait to devour it. Is this also a flame essence? Lin Ming looked at the fire bead and found that there was an exquisitely beautiful lotus flower carved upon it. Obviously, this was the so-called Red Lotus. No, this isn't a flame essence. This should be a hollow flame essence. A flame essence was not easy to form. The only reason that the flame essence within Lin Ming's body had formed was because he had the mystical secret skill, heretical god force, which was powerful to the extent of going against heaven's will. It was easier said than done to find a flame essence that had naturally formed in nature. There were many refiners and alchemists who had searched their entire lives for a flame essence and had only ended up empty-handed. Huagan's cultivation had also just barely brushed against the Hutian realm. With his cultivation, the only way that he could obtain a flame essence was by having a fortuitous event. However, since he was a refiner, Huagong must have had a way to control fire. Huagong had managed to obtain a wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. Although the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame was a high-grade flame, in the end a mere flame was still a flame. It was impossible for it to be eternal like a true flame essence. It would slowly wither and fade away with time. However, a true flame essence would never be extinguished. If one didn't want it to fade away, then one could only constantly refine it. Huagong had paid a great price to collect various fire attribute materials in order to refine and stabilize the wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. During this period, he even had to steal a material from his sect, and thus broke sect rules and was expelled, then was forced to flee the 7 profound valleys. After endlessly refining all sorts of precious materials into a high-grade flame, it would eventually become a hollow flame essence, otherwise known as an artificial flame essence. A hollow flame essence could exist for hundreds of years. During this time, in order to maintain its great power, one had to constantly refine materials into it. A hollow flame essence was far inferior to a true flame essence. A true Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence could casually release Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Just by taking one of these wisps of flames and adding many fire attribute materials, one could create a hollow flame essence. But the flames that a Red Lotus demonic inflammation hollow flame essence released were not Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Rather, they were just flames that were slightly superior to ordinary flames. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's cultivation, how could he possibly resist it? Although this is a hollow flame essence, there are countless flame attribute exotic materials and treasures refined within it. It is an absolutely nourishing flame attribute material. Who knew what sort of great price that dead man paid in order to create this hollow flame essence, and yet I obtained it at such a cheap price. Then, I shall help myself to it. Lin Ming was blunt. He directly absorbed the Red Lotus hollow flame essence within him. The hollow flame essence was sucked into Lin Ming's heart, where it was immediately overpowered by the brutal force of the heretical god seed. Shortly thereafter, the little flame essence that was in the heretical god seed became like a greedy little kitten as it madly rushed forwards, already eagerly impatient. Puff! The tiny flame essence submerged itself into the Red Lotus fire bead that was several thousands of times larger than itself. The hollow flame essence began to violently tremble in a dramatic last stand of resistance as it continually flickered like a candle wick in wind. The hollow flame essence fiercely struggled, but no matter how it fought, its efforts were ultimately futile. This process lasted for half an incense stick of time. The hollow flame essence began to gradually shrink, becoming smaller and smaller, until it was eventually all sucked into that little flame essence. The little flame essence had grown up just a bit. It was originally the size of a spark, but now it had become as large as a sesame seed. This left Lin Ming completely speechless. The Red Lotus fire bead may not have been large, but the fire attribute energy within was much purer than the lava fire inside the lava cave, and also much more powerful. After all, it had come from a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hutian realm, and was also the result of decades of grueling accumulation of all sorts of materials and other rare items. Still, even after it was absorbed by the little flame essence, that flame essence had only grown a bit. It seemed that in order to foster its growth, he would have to spend a great deal of effort. If that little flame essence one day grew up, its power would inevitably be on an extremely terrifying level. For instance, a high-grade flame essence like the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence was a dream that not even legendary Xiantian masters would dare to hope for. Once this sort of flame essence appeared in the world, it would set off an apocalyptic storm of bloody terror. Lin Ming could not help but think of the future fascinating possibilities. What if he was able to obtain the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence and let his tiny fire essence absorb it? What would happen then? Or what if he was able to obtain some sort of strange exotic thunder soul, for instance, some kind of divine lightning, or evil expelling purple lightning, and then let his tiny thunder soul absorb it? What sort of effect would there be then? If he used thunder fire annihilation after that, what sort of effect would he be able to achieve? Lin Ming couldn't help but be inspired. Perhaps even a mighty Xiantian master would immediately be destroyed in the resulting blast. As Lin Ming was thinking of all these fantastic scenarios, he caught a glimpse of a long saber sticking out of the ground. This long saber was Huagong's weapon. Lin Ming pulled the saber out of the ground to take a look. The saber was white like snow, and had an iridescent shimmer. Good saber. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire such a weapon. This was a high-grade human steppe treasure. It was something that originated from a large sect. Its power was simply terrifying. That fellow was simply oozing money. Lin Ming helped himself to the saber and placed it within his spatial ring. Then, his gaze shifted to Huagong's spatial ring that had dropped. If he killed someone and didn't take their goods, that would simply be wasting everyone's time. Millimeter? Medium-grade human steppe spatial ring? Lin Ming was overjoyed. This space within this ring was at least 5 or 6 times larger than his own low-grade human steppe spatial ring. Not only that, but it was also more stable, and would last for 7 or 8,000 more years. This sort of treasure was very practical for Lin Ming's use. As he gathered more and more items, Lin Ming found that he was beginning to lack space within his own spatial ring. Because small dimensions were not compatible with each other, he couldn't place a spatial ring within another spatial ring. Therefore, he had a number of spatial rings that he could only keep in his hand. But this wasn't very convenient. Lin Ming sank his soul force into the spatial ring. As he took a sweep around, he suddenly gasped. Heavens! There were actually several dozens of treasures inside. The majority of these were low-grade human steppe treasures. However, there were also 2 medium-grade human steppe treasures. These low-grade human steppe treasures were new, and didn't have any inscriptions on them. But the 2 medium-grade treasures had seen some use. Yes, it seems this fellow was a refiner. Only a refiner or alchemist would spend so much time and effort in order to breed their own hollow flame essence. There are about 30 low-grade human steppe treasures here that are brand new. Obviously, they are something that he refined himself. As for the medium-grade treasures, they shouldn't have been something that he was able to make. Normally, one would need to be a Hutian realm martial artist in order to create medium-grade human steppe treasures. As for high-grade human steppe treasures, those were things that could only be created by a Xiantian realm master, and that was why the corresponding price was so exorbitantly high. Lin Ming continued to probe the spatial ring. Besides the treasures, there were also several 10,000 gold tael banknotes, and also a heavy bag of true essence stones. He took the bag out. There were actually over 100 pure true essence stones that were worth 1,000 gold taels each inside. This refiner was really rich. Lin Ming said with happiness. These true essence stones were enough for him to use for a very long while. I should sell the treasures that this fellow made for money and exchange them for true essence stones and other things. Although a refiner would have a lot of money, they also spent money quickly because they had to purchase various materials to refine. This fellow had also bought up various flame attribute materials in order to refine his hollow flame essence. These were not small expenses. Besides these treasures and true essence stones, there was nothing more of value. There was a jade slip with a cultivation method inside, and there were also some fire attribute materials that were apparently to be used to raise the hollow flame essence. Lin Ming absorbed these materials into the heretical god seed and turned them all into the flame essence's nutrients. As for the jade slip, he glanced at it once and wasn't too interested. It was a medium-grade human steppe cultivation method. Of course, if he were to sell it he could obtain a great deal of money. After Lin Ming had inventoried everything, the most precious things that he had found were the high-grade human steppe treasure saber and the spatial ring itself. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring, and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh! Chapter 166, Witch Sisters. Chapter 166, Witch Sisters. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring, and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment, a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh! He saw that the flame had taken on a deep garnet color, and snakes of flames seemed as if they were the petals of a blooming lotus flower. Obviously, his flames had taken on some of the characteristics of the red lotus demonic inflammation. Even with such a tiny surge of flames, it still created a whistling heat wave that flooded the area like a soaring tide of fire. Lin Ming was stirred. He took a sharp steel dagger from his spatial ring and passed it through the flames. In only a few breaths of time, the edge of the knife had actually turned red as it softened, and finally melted into a lump of liquid steel. Lin Ming was elated. The new flames that he conjured were on a much higher level than those of the lava fire flames. Although the burning lava was hot, it still wasn't enough to melt steel. Lin Ming waved his hand and a wisp of flame fell onto Huagong's corpse. With a shishi sound, Huagong's corpse was quickly enveloped by this dark red flame. Since this flame was easily able to melt steel, its effects on a human body could be imagined. In a mere moment, Huagong had turned into ashes, without even a bone remaining. Lin Ming casually shook his sleeve, and a cool breeze blew away the ashes. The corpse was gone without a single trace. After all this, Lin Ming began to search for the penetrating rainbow spear that he had thrown. This spear had been at Lin Ming's side through thick and thin. Although he didn't have much use for it these days, he still wasn't willing to discard it just like that. However, to search for a spear in the vast forest was easier said than done. Fortunately, Lin Ming had already used the penetrating rainbow spear for some time, and his true essence had been repeatedly poured into it, so there should still have been a residual trace of true essence within the spear. Lin Ming was able to follow this small trace of true essence. Finally, amidst a pile of weeds, he found the penetrating rainbow spear nearly completely submerged in mud. After taking back the penetrating rainbow spear, Lin Ming began to formulate a plan on how to deal with Ouyang de Hua. Regardless of whether it was power or influence, Ouyang de Hua had the advantage in all fields. If he returned to the Seven Profound martial house like this, he would easily lose, and might even be killed by Ouyang de Hua. Strength. I have to grasp more strength, and then return to the Seven Profound martial house to get revenge for what happened on this day. Lin Ming simply decided to stay in the southern wilderness. Here was a good land to gain experiences and grow. The southern wilderness was 100,000 miles long and 100,000 miles wide. It was located southwest of Sky Fortune Kingdom. The land here was not in the sphere of influence of the Seven Profound Valleys. There were no countries in the southern wilderness. Rather, there were individual tribes that were scattered around. The mainland referred to these tribes as groups of barbarians, and thought that they lacked ethics and ate birds and animals raw. It was true they had different moral principles, however, it was false that they ate birds and animals raw. The people of the southern wilderness would often marry close relatives. To those that lived in the mainland, this was an outrageous and sacrilegious affront to their sensibilities. The girls of the southern wilderness were extremely bold in their choice of clothing. They often only wore animal skins or thin linens to cover their most vital parts. With such simple dress, there wasn't much that was hidden, and it often caused those watching to fall into daydreams. The girls of the southern wilderness were the healthy color of wheat. They were mostly tall and slim, with slender and fit legs. Daggers were tied to their legs by animal skins, and they wore ivory jewelry fashioned from the bones of vicious beasts on their neck and wrists. There was a certain exotic charm to this. Lin Ming had already been in the southern wilderness for 5 days. He had walked south from the forest for the entire time, and had finally seen his first southern tribe. In those past 5 days, Lin Ming had killed almost 100 vicious beasts on his way there. Where he was now was only at the southern edge of a great mountain range. The vicious beasts here were not ranked too highly. The strongest vicious beast he had encountered along the way was only equal to a bone-forging stage martial artist. This sort of vicious beast posed no threat at all to Lin Ming. After walking through the wild forests for such a long time, Lin Ming finally saw the telltale smoke signs of human civilization. Lin Ming let out a breath in relief and didn't say anything else. He was simply tired of the diet that he had been eating these days. Except for the vicious beast meat, there were only wild fruits. The most notable problem was that there was no salt, so everything he tasted was bland. This tribe probably had little more than 1,000 people. As Lin Ming walked into the tribe, he suddenly felt a wave of exotic and adventurous wind. Here, there were huts and tents, large and small. All the pointy tents were embroidered with fascinating designs, such as vicious beasts, totems, mythical demon lords, and phoenixes. Between the tents on the road, there were traders wearing southern clothing and carrying bamboo poles. They sold a wide variety of products, such as fine bone jewelry, handmade knives, bows and arrows, rare animal skins, bird-feathered hats, and so on. Of the southern people that Lin Ming encountered on the way, most of them had training in martial arts. In the southern wilderness, the forests were thick with vegetation and thorns, and vicious beasts eternally haunted the lands. The people of the southern wilderness often had to fight with vicious beasts, and gradually, over time, this caused the physical strength and martial arts cultivation talent of the southern people to generally be better than those of the mainland. As Lin Ming was looking for a vendor to buy a few gins of salt, he saw a young, slim girl, about 16 or 17 years old with a smiling face as radiant as a flower beckon to him. She pointed to herself, and then pointed to inside of her tent. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned before he snapped back to reality. The social customs of the southern wilderness were very open and lax. Regarding marriages, besides important people of clans and tribes, it was simply not fixed for ordinary people. They would often implement a sort of walking marriage matriarchal system society. When a man and woman met in a situation that they were attracted to each other, then the man would spend a pleasurable night at the woman's sleeping place, and then he would leave at dawn the next day. If there was a child, then the bride's family would raise it. This was the first time that Lin Ming had encountered such a thing. He awkwardly waved his hands with some embarrassment. He did not plan to leave a child in the southern wilderness and then wash his hands of any responsibility. The young girl's face was colored with disappointed, and she bitterly pulled down the tent's curtain. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Lin Ming felt something. He noted that not too far away were two girls and two men. The two men looked to be 30 or 40 years old. One was bald, and had very hard and ferocious features. He was big and tall, and carried a 10-foot-long mace on his back. The other man was just the opposite. He was thin and small of build, and he wore leather armor. There was a small axe on his back. His face was lean and sunken, not unlike a monkey. What caused Lin Ming to be surprised was that these two homely men both had an impressive cultivation at the peak bone forging stage. It was quite unusual for two bone forging stage martial artists to suddenly appear in a small tribe with only 1,000 people. Lin Ming's gaze shifted to the two girls. Although these two girls were only around 14 or 15 years old, their cultivation was already at the viscera training stage. To Lin Ming, this was even more startling. For a 14 or 15-year-old to reach the viscera training stage, this degree of success could only be achieved by a junior of an aristocratic family in the Sky Fortune Kingdom with at least a superior 4th-grade talent. For two girls with at least a superior 4th-grade talent and two men at the bone forging stage to appear in a small tribe with 1,000 people was just too irrational. Perhaps these two are also outsiders, Lin Ming guessed. While Lin Ming noticed these two bone forging stage men, they also noticed Lin Ming. The bald guy sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-face man. Big brother, this boy is at the altering muscle stage. He meets our requirements. The monkey-face man nodded and replied with a true essence sound transmission, how lucky. It seems that this boy is also only 15 or 16 years old. With such a cultivation at his young age, he is probably the son of some large aristocratic family. This little boy is inexperienced and arrogant. It will be easy to make him swallow the bait. Hee. I'll go up and call him. Once the matter is finished, we'll kill him. There are definitely many good things on his body. After we steal all of them, then us brothers will have all the benefit. Millimeter, wait until he's out of here before we talk to him. If we are seen by others, then it will be bad. This boy surely has some sort of powerful background. If we are discovered by them, then it will be the end for us. All right. I know. The bald man licked his lips, a bit impatient. The monkey-faced man also licked his laps. He turned to the two girls behind them. Speaking to the older girl in front, he smiled and said, Miss Nae, we will rest for tonight in this tribe. I'll have to trouble you to guide us again tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as we find the sorcerer's holy land, I shall release you and your little sister. Of course, if you plan on playing some dirty trick on us, then, haha, don't blame us for being rude. You may or may not know, but a pair of witch sisters will sell for a very high price in Hualuo Nation. The monkey-faced man smiled deviantly, and the young girl named Nae could only stare at him. Her eyes were cold like the ninth layer of the abyss, and her little sister Na Shui's face whitened. If it were just Na Yi, then she would have no fear to fight to the death. However, now she had her little sister with her, so she had no recourse but to submit to these two wicked men. Of these two girls, one was the elder sister, Na Yi, who was 15 years old. The younger sister was named Na Shui, and was 14 years old. These two girls were originally the tribal witches of the southern wilderness. Most southern tribes were matriarchal societies. The supreme power of these tribes was a woman, known as the Witch Queen. Most of the clans and tribes of the southern wilderness believed in the faith of the sorcerer. The Witch Queen was considered the messenger of the sorcerer, and thus was also the tribe's greatest leader. A witch was a candidate for the next Witch Queen. A Witch Queen was not a hereditary position. For witches to be chosen, there was a very complex set of rules. Two girls were identified as witches at birth. If no accident happened, then they would enter into the Sorcerer Holy Land when they were 16 years old and inherit the sacred inheritance of the sorcerer's mysterious power. Then, according to the sorcerer's decision, one of the two witches would be chosen as the successor, and become the next Witch Queen. However, when Na Yi was only 14 years old, her tribe had been wiped out by a rare great flood of vicious beasts. In the southern wilderness, there were countless vicious beasts. Occasionally there would be massive riots of these vicious beasts that would form into a vicious beast flood. In a large-scale beast flood, there might possibly be as many as tens of millions of vicious beasts. It was enough to completely annihilate a tribe that was even millions of people strong. After Na tribe had been decimated by the beast flood, there was simply nothing left of the tribe, and not even 10% had survived. At that time, the nearby Fireworm tribe had taken advantage of the fact that they were ruined to launch an attack. The Fireworm tribe believed in shamanism, so they had different tribal beliefs. Not only that, but they also had many conflicts of interest, and there was always friction between the two. Since the beast flood had already weakened Na tribe, they were unable to resist the advancement of the Fireworm tribe. As a result, Na tribe experienced a complete genocide. However, the two sisters Na Yi and Na Shui were the hope of Na tribe. Before the outbreak of war, they had already been sent off. But they had left the wolves just to enter the tiger's den. The two sisters had been kidnapped by the bald man and the monkey-faced man. Their goal was simple. It was Na tribe's Sorcerer Holy Land. Chapter 167 Sending Sheep into the Tiger's Den. Chapter 167 Sending Sheep into the Tiger's Den. Chapter 167 Sending Sheep into the Tiger's Den. The Na tribe's Sorcerer Holy Land was a hallowed ground that only the current Witch Queen and her successors knew the location of. This land was the tribe's ultimate legacy. Inside was contained the mysterious power of the sorcerer. Foreigners were absolutely not allowed to enter, otherwise that would desecrate the land of the sorcerer and blaspheme his name. Although her tribe had already perished, Na Yi would rather die in order to maintain the long-gone glory of her people. But now, her younger sister had fallen into the hands of these two beasts, and thinking of the tragically pitiful fate that would befall her little sister was like a sizzling knife that pierced Na Yi's heart. She could do naught but repeatedly delay her compromise in order to protect her. The monkey-faced man had found out that Na Yi was intentionally delaying, so he had given her a warning earlier. Hihi, big brother, if I don't give these two little girls a taste of what we can do, then they won't know just how fierce us double demons of the southern wilderness are. Tonight, I will bring the younger girl into a room to train well, and show her what it means to be a woman. As the bald man said this, he leered at Na Shui with an obscene smile. Pitiful Na Shui paled, hiding behind Na Yi as she shivered. If you dare to touch her, I will immediately cut off my meridians and die, Na Yi said as she stepped back, one hand protecting her little sister and the other clenched against her chest. She gritted her teeth, and began to revolve the true essence within her body. Her angry eyes were the same as a small leopard as she glared at the bald man. There was no doubt about it. She was someone who could follow up on her words. The bald man's aura was weakened as Na Yi stared him down. He bitterly stepped back. Although his strength far surpassed Na Yi, if they compared their aura, then he had not been able to suppress her. Number 2, Don't mess with the sisters. Only the elder sister knows the way to open the path to the sorcerer holy land. If she commits suicide, then we won't be able to get anything at all. When we succeed in obtaining the power of the sorcerer, then your strength will rise to the pulse condensation period. At that time, you can have any woman you desire. You have to look forward to the goal ahead. The monkey-faced man said with a true essence voice transmission. I was just thinking that, the bald man muttered as he lasciviously licked his lips. I don't really care about the younger one, but that Nae, which is someone I don't usually see. I like her strong temper. If I could bring her to bed, then she would be surely full of flavor. In the evening, Lin Ming spent the night at an inn within the small tribe. The next day, he bought a tent, rope, a variety of antidotes, and deworming wine before he once again entered into the forest of the wilderness. The wild forest was not dense. Rather, it was often dotted with large tracts of grasslands and marshes. Lin Ming left the tribe and walked for about a quarter of an hour. Gradually, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of hoofbeats behind him. After a little time, 4 people on deep red mountain horses rode up in Lin Ming's sight. They were the 2 men and 2 young girls that he had seen yesterday. These 4 people were probably deliberately following me. Lin Ming had a very strong perception. When he was buying things on the street, he had noticed 2 men hiding in the inn, and occasionally peeking out to observe him. As they caught up with Lin Ming, the 2 men reined in their horses, and heartily laughed as they dismounted. The waxy monkey-faced man warmly asked, "Little brother, are you out for an adventure?" Lin Ming cupped his hands together in greeting and said, "Yes, I heard that the southern wilderness had a rich wealth of hidden treasures, so I came here to test my own luck. I wanted to see if I can obtain any medicinal grasses that I can use for elixirs, while gaining some experience." The bald man laughed as he heard this and then growled, "Little brother, you've come to the right place. The southern wilderness is incomparably vast. There are countless rare birds and beasts here, and endless amounts of precious materials and treasures. However, there are also many dangers, and the terrain is complex. It's very easy to get lost here. Little brother, if this is your first time coming to the southern wilderness, then how about traveling with us? We are very familiar with the surrounding areas, and our strength is also decent. How about it?" As the 2 men spoke, Lin Ming noticed that the little girl behind the man was anxiously biting her lip. She was looking at him with wide eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of distress, confusion, and fear within them. Lin Ming's mind stirred. It seems as if this little girl has something to say, but she can't say it. Is it because she fears these 2 men? It looks like the relationship between the 2 girls and these 2 men isn't friendly. As Lin Ming thought this, he secretly scanned the 2 men. These 2 men had a very fierce air around them. They seemed to be in a hurry to have Lin Ming go along with them. Their motivations were extremely suspicious. Otherwise, why would 2 peak bone forging martial artists try to pull in a boy that was only at the altering muscle stage? That was purely looking for trouble. Interesting. What do these people want? To kill me and take my possessions? Lin Ming maintained a composed expression. He neither agreed nor refused. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to simply kill these 2 peak bone forging martial artists, so he wasn't afraid that they might have some diabolical plan they wanted to hatch. The monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming hesitate and hurriedly said, "Doesn't little brother wish to go deep within the southern wilderness to explore? There are many centuries-old herbs there, such as ginseng, lingji, and other plants. We brothers are going on a treasure hunt at an ancient site, but that site has an array formation that takes at least 3 martial artists whose cultivation is at the altering muscle stage or above to open. If you go with us, then when we obtain the treasure, we will give 20% to you. How about it?" The monkey-faced man quickly gave a half-explanation as he found that Lin Ming seemed suspicious of them. But as he faced the monkey-faced man, Lin Ming had actually already used true essence sound transmission to speak to the 2 little girls behind him. He asked, "Are these 2 men your companions?" Seeing the 2 girls not respond, Lin Ming guessed that they weren't able to return a message through true essence sound transmission. He asked a different question. "If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink both eyes." As Lin Ming said this, the older girl didn't have any expression, but the slightly more childish-looking one blinked both eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ming was suddenly aware of the situation. These two men were not good people. Are they holding you by force? If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink two eyes. The little girl blinked one eye. They really were being forcefully held by these two men. Lin Ming thought that things were finally becoming interesting. What reason was there for these two men to kidnap these two young girls? Were they planning on selling them to martial artists to use for some nefarious reason? Was it true that they are going to some ancient site to look for treasures? This time the little girl immediately blinked one eye. It seemed that there was indeed some ancient site. He said that he needed 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage to open the array formation of that ancient site. Is this also true? The little girl blinked her eye again. This time, the older girl glared at the younger one, and the little girl suddenly acted as if there was a child that had done something wrong, and timidly lowered her head. Lin Ming was a bit puzzled. What was the matter between these 4 people? At this moment, a girl's voice sounded in his mind. Although this voice was young, it was very chilling. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and leave. If you go now, then it might not be too late. Lin Ming looked at the older girl with incredulity. Unbelievable. She obviously could use true essence sound transmission, so why didn't she speak to him before? He hadn't thought that this harmless-looking girl would speak a few words in such an icy tone the first time she opened her mouth. At this time, the two men suddenly realized that Lin Ming was speaking to Nae through true essence sound transmission. The monkey-faced man cunningly smiled. With a half-step, he and the bald man had already assumed a pincer-like position around Lin Ming, and had sealed his path. He still asked in an agreeable manner, "Little brother, how about it? Would you like to go with us?" The bald man also smiled and said, "Little brother, you should seriously consider this, otherwise you might regret it." Although these two men were smiling, their fake expressions contained a faint hint of murderous intent. They had never considered Lin Ming a threat in their minds. To them, he was only a little boy at the altering muscle stage, while they were 2 peak bone forging martial artists. To deal with him would a simple task. However, these two men didn't know that Lin Ming also had a similar plan. With his Thunderfire Annihilation, he could kill a pulse condensation martial artist, and these two men were only at the peak bone forging stage. He probably wouldn't even need to use Thunderfire Annihilation in order to kill them. What he was interested in was the ancient site. If he killed these two fellows now, then he wouldn't have anyone to bring him there. Listening to these two, it seemed that it was true that there needed to be 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage working together. If he eliminated them both, then he wouldn't have any method to enter. Lin Ming decided to use their own plan against them. He would pretend that he was some useless rich junior of some large family that had never seen the world, and then let these two men relax their guard. If these two men still dared to do anything once they reached the ancient site, then Lin Ming didn't mind lending them a hand and sending them on their way to hell. Of course, he would also take the treasure there while he was at it. Now, the girl's icy-sounding true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind again. "I asked you to leave and yet you didn't, and still talked so much nonsense. Now they suspect that you know something. It's already impossible for them to let you go. You can only hope for the best from here on out." After this, the older girl no longer spoke. Her cute and pretty face had gone as cold as ice. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He hadn't denied anything or said he was going to do anything. In fact, he was prepared to take a nice trip with these two men. What treasures would there be at the end of this ancient site? What was the risk factor and just what dangers were there? Lin Ming had many doubts, but it appeared that the older girl wasn't willing to answer him. The little girl seemed more agreeable, but she could only blink. If he asked these questions, then it would be impossible for him to get a clear answer just from her blinking eyes. Thinking this, Lin Ming suddenly acted bashful, and gratefully smiled as he said, "Two big brothers are very gracious. This is truly the first time that I've come to the southern wilderness, and I am unfamiliar with the land and the people. Also, my cultivation isn't high, and the road is surrounded with danger. If two big brothers are willing to take me, then that would really be too good." Hearing Lin Ming say this, the monkey-faced man was a bit taken aback. Was this fellow stupid, or just fake stupid? Chapter 168 Playing the Role of the Fool. Chapter 168 Playing the Role of the Fool. Chapter 168 Playing the Role of the Fool. It doesn't matter if he's truly stupid or just acting stupid. He's still only a little boy at the altering muscle stage. There are no tricks that he can play. I'll have to keep watch over him so he doesn't have any chance to use a sound-transmitting talisman. After another day of going through the wild forest, we'll be far past the range of any common sound-transmitting talisman. When that happens, he'll be nothing more than a slab of meat. I'll cut him however I want to cut him. The monkey-faced man thought this and said, "Little brother, my last name is Jew. This fellow here is my brother. It's fine if you call him Baldy." "Great. My last name is Mo. I am called Mo Lin." Lin Ming casually quoted a random name. The southern wilderness was incomparably vast and there were countless tribes. Even Ouyang de Hua would have difficulty finding him even if he knew he was down here. Still, Lin Ming didn't want to provoke any unnecessary troubles. "Little brother Mo, let's go. Miss Na Yi, I'll have to trouble you to ride the same horse as your younger sister." Na Yi maintained her calm as she switched horses. For Lin Ming, she could only sigh. Was this young man an idiot? Or was he just clueless and blindly optimistic to this extent? Did he really think that the double devils of the southern wilderness would actually let him off afterwards? However, the fate of Na Yi and her sister was also unclear. How could she worry about others? In the group of 5, Lin Ming rode a short-legged mountain horse all the way up. Although the horse was slow, it had very good endurance, and it was able to go over hills and crags just like they were flat land. Slowly, the surrounding plant life became increasingly lush and vibrant. When he had first entered the southern wilderness, the trees had been sparse and the terrain was mostly marshes and grasslands. But now, the forest was so thick that even the sunlight couldn't reach the ground. The entire forest was dark as dusk, and the grass was as high as a human. In this high grass, there were often lurking vicious pythons. If a martial artist of insufficient cultivation walked inside, it would be very easy for them to be killed. The bald man was the vanguard, leading the way with his saber, the monkey-face brought up the rear, and Lin Ming and the 2 sisters were protected in the middle. Before they found the Sorcerer Holy Land, the security of the 3 with lower cultivations was very important. "Little brother, lend a hand. We should get out of this high grass before night falls, otherwise it will be very dangerous. With just me leading the way, it is very slow," the bald guy said to Lin Ming as he waved his saber around. This sort of grass was very dense and lush. It intertwined together again and again, and was also extremely tough. If one didn't cut it open, then it would be impossible for the horses to pass. "Oh, all right," Lin Ming responded, and slowly took out a medium-grade human step treasure saber from his spatial ring. This saber was a weapon that Huagong had left behind in his spatial ring when he died. The design of the saber was very simple, and the scabbard was a finely designed sheath of snakeskin. It had obviously seen some use over the years. About 5 inches from the saber point was a crimson-colored inscription symbol. This inscription symbol was a fire attribute symbol that increased the true essence flow by 40%. Just the cost of the inscription symbol must surpass 10,000 gold taels. Obviously, this was a treasure saber that had gone through a very arduous crafting process. Unsurprisingly, Huagong should have used this weapon. However, he had later replaced it with a different one, but was unwilling to sell it, so he had kept it within his spatial ring. As Lin Ming pulled out this saber, the bald man's eyes went perfectly round. Hot damn, this guy could just casually take out a medium-grade human step treasure. And it also seems like this is a top-tier medium-grade human step treasure. This father has lived for so many years and yet has only seen 3 different medium-grade human step treasures. As the monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming's weapon, his pair of monkey eyes also began to greedily shine. He noticed the common-looking ring that Lin Ming had on his finger. Without a doubt, that was a spatial ring. Spatial ring. Even the most inferior of spatial rings was worth several tens of thousands of gold taels. He had already been envious and wanted one, but with his wealth, How could he possibly afford it? The monkey-faced man immediately blossomed with delight, his whole face smiling. He really couldn't wait to kill Lin Ming and steal his spatial ring, and see what other treasures there were inside. Who knows what other goodies this kid has on him? Damn, we caught the big one this time. This father has such luck. This boy looks so clueless, he doesn't even seem to understand what this wealth means. He just so casually took out such a good saber like a silly boy. If I do not kill him and take that saber, then it will be really unfair. Just hold it a bit more. Once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him. Lin Ming seemed as if he did not notice the greedy eyes of the bald man and monkey-faced man at all. He single-mindedly chopped the grass with his treasure saber. The medium-grade human step treasure saber with a fire attribute inscription symbol was easily able to chop the grass as if it were a soldier cutting tofu. There were only the slicing sounds as large swathes of wild grass were mowed down. The bald man's throat dried as he saw this. If he had this saber, who knew how much his battle prowess would increase? The weapon that this bald man used was a mace. This kind of weapon was extremely uncommon, there wasn't a high enough demand, so not many refiners would create a treasure mace. Because of this, the bald man only used a normal mace. But the monkey-faced man actually used a low-grade human step treasure short axe. However, it was of the worst quality, and the inscription symbol on that short axe was a common one worth no more than 2,000 gold taels. To most martial artists, a treasure worth several thousands of gold taels was prohibitively expensive. They were often things that only the juniors of aristocratic families could have. For instance, Tai Feng, who had first purchased Lin Ming's overwhelming rune, was also a peak bone forging martial artist. But because of his background he was poor and thus could not afford a treasure. Otherwise, he would have never bought Lin Ming's overwhelming rune. Although a martial artist could make money, they still had to buy medicines in order to cultivate. Normally, this was a money-losing proposition. It was only after reaching the pulse condensation period and receiving a title and a salary that their economic condition would slowly improve. That was why a poor person could usually not afford to practice martial arts. Little brother, little brother. The monkey-faced man called out to Lin Ming in front of him who was cutting grass. Millimeter? What's the matter? Lin Ming blankly turned his head around with a vapid expression. Let me take a look at the saber. This brother has never seen a medium-grade human step treasure before. Oh, this, Lin Ming's face had a difficult expression. He was playing the fool, but still, there was a limit. He wasn't stupid enough to give this weapon to others. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "This saber is my family's inheritance. My father told me not to show it to people. Still, I have several other sabers that I may lend to you two big brothers to have a look." As Lin Ming said this, he slowly pulled out two treasure sabers from his spatial ring. These were low-grade human step treasures. These two sabers were brand new sabers that Huagong had made, and they also didn't have an inscription symbol. These two sabers were slender. The sabers were 3 feet long and an inch wide. The back was narrow and the hilt was short. It was a weapon that was built to utilize speed. Good saber. The monkey-faced man and bald man's eyes began to turn red with greed. This naive little boy had so many good things on his body. He had so indifferently taken out 2 low-grade human step treasures. So stupid, I have never seen someone so stupid. This altering muscle child was so silly to actually bring out so many treasures on front of us 2 peak bone forging martial artist. The bald man licked his lips as he sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, "This boy is only 15 years old. I thought that he was from a large family, but he must have never left home and so he doesn't know just how cruel and dangerous the human world is. We will endure for now, and once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him. Good plan, big brother. I can't wait. Hehe, once we kill this kid, us brothers will make a fortune. We will be able to buy rare pills, and coupled with the inherited power from the Sorcerer Holy Land, it will be simple to break into the pulse condensation period. When that time comes, us brothers will rise. Haha. Haha, I'm drooling here. That is equal to an extra 100 years of life. I will buy piles of women and live every day like an emperor. As the monkey-faced man and bald man signaled with their eyes, Nae could not help but inwardly sigh as she took this all in. How could there possibly be an aristocratic young master who was so ignorant of worldly and human matters? How could he have possibly survived long enough to come here? The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming and said, "Little brother Mo, could you possibly lend these 2 sabers to us brothers? You know, there are countless vicious beasts within this lush border forest. The deeper we go, the more we will encounter higher rank vicious beasts. If our strength isn't enough, then I'm afraid that we might be injured when we battle the vicious beasts, and that will simply put us in a very dangerous position." Thinking this, Lin Ming said, 2 elder brothers are very logical. Then, I will lend these 2 sabers to the 2 elder brothers. Lin Ming said this and handed the 2 sabers to the men without any reservations. When the bald man took the saber in his hand, he had to make an effort not to gulp. This was a low-grade human steppe treasure, and not only that, but it seemed to be of an extremely high quality. Such a good thing had been so easily obtained by him. How come he had never encountered such an idiot like this in the past? The bald man weighed the saber in his hand and casually took a few swings. The only problem was that the saber was a bit light, so it was awkward for him. The truth was, Lin Ming had taken out these 2 sabers for a reason. These 2 men used a mace and an axe, both of which were heavy weapons. But Lin Ming had taken out 2 slender sabers. These sabers used speed to win. Even if he gave them out, the 2 wouldn't be able to display their full potential. Although Lin Ming didn't think much of these 2 martial artists, he still didn't want to needlessly cause trouble for himself by increasing their strength. After all, if these 2 peak bone forging martial artists wanted to escape from him, Lin Ming could at most block one. Lin Ming intended to lull them into a false sense of security, and then suddenly make a killing move. Once he eliminated one, it would be much easier to deal with the other. By now, Lin Ming's mind suddenly resounded with a true essence sound transmission. It was Nae's voice. She said, "I thought you were just playing dumb to wait for a chance to escape, but you were actually so stupid as to give them treasure sabers. You are simply digging your own grave. How an idiot like you could survive up to now is simply a miracle. Really." This icy tone was laced with a touch of irony. Nae and her childish face were both completely inconsistent with each other. Chapter 169 Fate-Bound Heart-Crush Bug. Chapter 169 Fate-Bound Heart-Crush Bug. Chapter 169 Fate-Bound Heart-Crush Bug. Lin Ming lightly smiled and said as he cut the tall grass, "Do you think that if I hadn't given them the sabers that I would be able to run away?" Nae paused. Indeed, Lin Ming was only a young boy at the altering muscle stage. Even if the bald man and monkey-faced man were unarmed, Lin Ming would still not be a match for those 2 deviants. However, since Lin Ming was aware enough of the situation to remark in such a way, that proved that at least he wasn't too stupid. Nae was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then what are you planning on doing? Drug them? Do you think that will have any meaning?" Lin Ming responded, "I'm not sure if it will, but I still have to try. In the end, aren't you the same as me? I thought that the bald man and the monkey-faced man knew the way to this so-called ancient site, but it seems that you are the one guiding them. If you help them, do you actually believe that they will let you and your sister go after taking the treasures?" Nae's lips twitched. Of course she had thought of these things that Lin Ming had said. She coldly replied, "You do not have to worry about that. Of course I'm worried. I'm afraid that you will have a sudden change of heart and bring us to some trap in the middle of nowhere, where we will all perish together. If that happens, then I'll really have died unjustly." Nae coldly said, "When my parents died, I swore 2 absolute oaths. The first was that I would thoroughly protect my little sister and keep her safe no matter what happens. So you don't need to worry, I won't let my sister die." Nae finished speaking here, and no longer uttered another word. These 2 oaths she had made were the secret of her heart. She would never have spoken about them to a stranger, but now, at the edge of death, how could she ever carry out these 2 oaths? Lin Ming's heart was stirred. He looked back at Nae with a bit of surprise, and saw that innocent-looking girl quietly turning her head to gaze into the distance. Her body hadn't fully developed, and even when riding a horse, her line of sight was just above the tip of the grass. Just by looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to imagine that she already carried such heavy burdens on her tender shoulders. Since she had made 2 oaths, then was the other to avenge her parents. Lin Ming was quiet as he silently chopped the grass. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that a few dozen feet away was a giant snake. Its darkly patterned, scaled body was as thick as a water basin, and it was over 50 feet long. In the southern wilderness, the venomous serpents were of the most deadly variety. For such a huge fellow to also be so toxic, it was creepy just thinking about it. Lin Ming maintained his composure, but secretly stayed on high alert. After the group walked forward another 100 feet, the bald man suddenly raised the hand which held the saber. Apparently, he too had discovered this large snake. Although the bald man and the monkey-faced man were scum, they did have a very rich knowledge of the jungle and the land. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to wander the wide southern wilderness for so many years. A patterned anaconda. *T, what bad luck. Looking at how thick this fellow is, I think his strength should be equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist. The bald man frowned, and then pulled out a strange-looking musical instrument from his knapsack. It looked like a reed pipe, but it also had additional strange holes that weren't found on a normal reed pipe. The bald man jumped down from his horse, raised a bit of true essence, and began to play the strange reed pipe. A hoarse and scratchy sound passed along with the notes, and a faint hint of true essence fluctuated within the melody. As the bald man blew on the reed pipe, he began to march to a bizarre beat, legs swaying from side to side. His entire face had an extremely ugly look as he shivered with the effort of this display. To Lin Ming, seeing the bald man with his dancing movements was a bit funny. But to his surprise, just a moment later, the big snake seemed to fall under a strange hypnosis as it swayed from side to side before eventually writhing away. Interesting, Lin Ming had seen and experienced many different methods that the people of the southern wilderness had used to handle the vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. He had been anticipating that they would have a fierce battle, but in truth, the majority of vicious beasts were repelled by these 2 fellows using fascinating and unusual methods. Only when they were against a much weaker foe would they attack and kill. So along the way, there was no surprise nor was there danger. With these 2 people leading the way, Lin Ming had truly saved a great deal of effort. The bald man seemed to have consumed a lot of energy from playing that reed pip. He was very haggard looking. The bald man pulled out some medicinal herbs from his backpack and began to chew and swallow them. This type of medicinal herb was able to restore true essence, though it didn't have much of an effect. However, it was cheap. As for true essence stones, those were dozens of times more expensive, so those were something that these 2 men would never be able to use. "Let's go," the bald man said proudly as he licked his lips. He was quite satisfied with his success. The group safely passed all the way to the evening. At that time, the group of 5 finally came to the foot of a cliff. Lin Ming looked up and was surprised to it was over 1,000 feet high. If one fell down from there, they would really experience a tragic death. At this moment, Na Yi, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. "It's here. We can enter the Sorcerer Holy Land from here." Millimeter. The monkey-faced man smiled in happiness. "Where is the entrance? How do we go in?" However, Na Yi did not respond. The monkey-faced man frowned and said in an icy voice, "Little girl, don't you dare think about playing tricks on me. Tell me, where do we go? Release my little sister and I will tell you." Na Yi said. "Impossible. I already said that I would only do so once I obtained the power of the sorcerer and I safely leave the sorcerer-hold land. Otherwise, I cannot release your little sister. Don't think I'm some idiot for you to play games with. Since only the chosen are allowed to enter the sorcerer Holy Land, who knows what sorts of traps and mazes could be in there. If I release your little sister and you lead us into a death trap, who knows how we will die. I'll say it again. If you release my sister, I will swear an oath upon the sorcerer to lead you to obtain the power of the sorcerer. Otherwise, you get nothing at all." "Hee, what can't I get?" The bald man smiled lewdly. "No, Even if us brothers cannot take the power of the sorcerer, we will still be merry. You little bitch, do you really want your sister to be, ha ha ha. As the bald man said this, Na Shui paled, and cowered behind Na Yi. Lin Ming frowned. He couldn't move against these men yet, he still needed them to fulfill their purpose. Na Yi didn't speak, she merely stood there in a cold standoff. She had no intention of backing down. At this moment, the monkey-faced man said to the baldy, old second, stop saying so much. Once you have fame and power, what sort of woman can you not have? He turned to Na Yi and said, since you led us to the sorcerer holy land, then you have already betrayed the sorcerer, and yet you still wish to swear an oath upon his name. How can I believe you? Na Yi was silent for a moment. Finally, she tore up her sleeve and revealed her healthy and smooth arm. On her upper arm, there was a red dot. This was a purity mark. And beneath the purity mark, there was a pair of golden dots. Na Yi gently swiped her finger and the 2 golden dots came off. Lin Ming was able to clearly see that these 2 small dots were actually a pair of small gold-colored beetles. Before, they had rolled up, so it had looked as though they were a pair of golden beads. Fate-bound heart-crush bug. As the monkey-faced man saw the pair of golden beetles, his complexion changed and he whispered this name. The people of the southern wilderness specialized in the art of witchcraft. There were many different types of poisonous bugs, and there were also those who were capable of raising them. What is the fate-bound heart-crush bug? The bald man asked. He had never heard of such a thing. The monkey-faced man said, the fate-bound heart-crush bugs are monogamous, and only form a pair. They must be attached to a human body and drink live human blood in order to live. If they drink the blood of a dead man, they will wither and die. In the life of a fate-bound heart-crush bug it will only have one companion. Once this companion dies, the other will quickly accompany it in death. After dying, their bodies will rot and unleash an immense amount of poisons. What's that supposed to mean? The bald man didn't understand the implications of this. The monkey-faced man said, she is thinking of placing a fate-bound heart-crush bug inside the body of her little sister and in one of us. The fate-bound heart-crush bug must drink live blood in order to live. If the little sister dies, then the fate-bound heart-crush bug will also die with her, and afterwards, the other fate-bound heart-crush bug in one of us will die, and release a deadly poison that will kill us. It's that ruthless. The bald man turned white. He felt a bit apprehensive as he looked at the 2 small golden bugs. Na Yi said, a human may make promises, but in the end they are unpredictable. However, poison is poison, and is unwavering in loyalty. With this fate-bound heart-crush bug it will be impossible for me to kill you. If you die, then my little sister also dies. If you agree to the terms, I will place a fate-bound heart-crush bug in one of you and continue leading you. If you don't agree, then I will kill myself here and now. The monkey-faced man looked at the golden beetles with a cloudy expression. He hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and saying, you can use the bugs. But first, you must place it in your little sister. Na Yi nodded. Na Shui, give me your arm. Na Shui bit her lips and stretched out her arm. Na Yi placed the fate-bound heart-crush bug on top of Na Shui's arm. Then the fate-bound heart-crush bug chewed through Na Shui's skin and drilled its way in. Na Shui quietly cried out in pain. A small bump appeared on Na Shui's arm. This bump traveled along her arm and upwards until it entered into Na Shui's blood vessels, then it followed the bloodstream to the heart. Na Shui's lips trembled and her small face was pale. To a little girl, this scene was frightening. The pain and tingling of the fate-bound heart-crush bug drilling through her bloodstream to her heart was unbearable. A moment later, Na Shui tightly clutched her chest, her face blue. Obviously, the taste of having a beetle bore into her heart was not pleasant. Na Yi comforted her and said, Shui, it's all right. After 3 years the fate-bound heart-crush bug will emerge from your heart through your blood flow. It won't hurt you. Millimeter. Na Shui reluctantly nodded. Lin Ming had been keenly watching from the sidelines. Although he had never heard of the fate-bound heart-crush bug before, he was able to understand from their conversation that it was a contract of some sort. However, from the sound of it, this contract wasn't necessarily binding or strong. Even Lin Ming had means to avoid the contract of the fate-bound heart-crush bug and scrap it. Chapter 170 Sorcerer Pagoda. Chapter 170 Sorcerer Pagoda. Chapter 170 Sorcerer Pagoda. Your turn. Nae said as she turned to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, since you will place the fate-bound heart-crush bug in your little sister and me, your little sister should come along with us. Otherwise she will be all alone. With her mere third stage of body transformation cultivation, it won't be easy for her to return from the jungle. I don't want her to be eaten by some vicious beast and then lose my life for no reason. Nae was silent for a moment. The monkey-faced man was right. If her little sister left here, then she would easily encounter some great danger. But if she kept her sister here by her side, then she was afraid that these two men would play some dirty tricks. How about it? There will already be a poisonous bug in my body, you don't have to worry over it. If you think that we will take advantage of you, then your little sister will commit suicide and I'll have to die with her. All right. Nae agreed. She placed the fate-bound heart-crush bug on the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man didn't seem to be very scared. He appeared quite happy to let the fate-bound heart-crush bug bite through his skin and enter his heart through his blood vessels. Well, how do we get in? Nae said, when the moon comes out, I will open the doors to the Holy Land. It was already dusk when they had arrived at the cliff. The sun quickly set, and the round, bright moon appeared in the night sky. The moonlight scattered along the rock walls, causing the walls to shimmer with a faint, dreamy light. Nae stopped near the cliff, prostrated herself on both knees, crossed her arms against her chest, and seemed to be praying. Following this, an unimaginably incredible sight occurred. The moonlight itself seemed to have turned into real, tangible substance, and a huge silver-white door slowly emerged along the cliff wall. Sparkling lights swirled around the door. It was just like a miracle in the legends. The monkey-faced man and the bald man only stared dumbfounded, while Na Shui also knelt down and reverently prayed in supplication. Lin Ming was watching from the side, but he was able to understand just what this was. The truth was, this gate of light was actually a transmission array. There was a strange transmission array that was located under this cliff. A normal transmission array was driven by true essence stones, but this transmission array was actually driven by moonlight. It was simply incomparably marvelous. But presently, he didn't have any interest in studying the witch's array formation. He was curious about what sort of ancient power was within the Sorcerer Holy Land, and just what it was. Although this approach to doing things could be considered a bit callous, once he rescued the two sisters, that would count as decent compensation. The door of light opened, and a flashing blue hole appeared out of thin air. The monkey-faced man waved his hand in a gesture for Nae to enter first. Nae directly walked into the light door, followed by the bald man, Na Shui, Lin Ming, and finally the monkey-faced man. The scenery around them suddenly changed. Lin Ming found himself in a dim corridor. All around the corridors were walls made from stone bricks. The walls were entirely covered in exquisitely beautiful frescoes and murals that depicted all sorts of things related to gods and demons, witchcraft, hideously demonic faces with long fangs, odd instruments, unknown ceremonies, and mythical beasts of all sort. There was an ancient and mystical atmosphere that blew towards them. Every 10 feet on the wall there was a lit lamp. And the light source of these lamps were impressively huge luminous pearls that emitted a radiant light. Treasure. The bald man's eyes lit up with greed. He moved his hand to pick these glowing pearls. Do not move. The monkey-faced man thundered, Second brother, you are stupid to the point of idiocy. This is the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is no doubt that there are countless mazes and traps within. If you recklessly do anything from now on, then this father is finished with you. From now on, every footstep we take will follow that Na girl, no more and no less. The monkey-faced man turned to Nae and said, I advise you not to play any tricks on us here, and be honest in avoiding the traps. If us brothers have any accident, then you two sisters will be following us to hell. Nae didn't respond, she only kept moving forwards. The bald man and the monkey-faced man followed every step she took, with Na Shui between them. If there was an accident, then Na Shui would definitely not be able to escape. Lin Ming finally followed, each step following Na Yi's pace. At the same time he also sent out his soul force, carefully probing the surroundings to see if there were any possible dangers. The monkey-faced man coated the soles of his shoes with a special tree sap. This tree sap was a natural dye. Every time he took a step, the dye would leave a visible footprint. Once the dye wore off, he would patiently reapply it. So as the group walked, the monkey-faced man left behind a series of footprints. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's heart stirred. This fellow is leaving a way back so he knows where he came from. He really is a 40-year-old man that's managed to survive in the southern wilderness for so many years. He is quite careful and meticulous about his actions. If it wasn't for my age and cultivation being so deceptive, then this monkey-faced man would not have so easily brought me along and determined that I was someone he could manage. Lin Ming's cultivation was a stage and half lower than the monkey-faced man, and there were also two of them. In the monkey-faced man's mind, even a formidable genius would have no choice but to die. As they continued walking, they didn't encounter any dangers. This corridor was surprisingly long. The group of 5 people had already traveled for half an hour before a heavy-looking stone gate appeared in front of them. The stone gate was 50 feet high and densely covered in countless Sanskrit writings. In the center of all the text was the image of a giant eye. The shape of the eye was very simple, but, for some unknown reason, looking at this eye caused one to momentarily feel as if they were losing their grip on reality, as if their soul was being swallowed by the eye. When this happened, the dense Sanskrit writings around the edges would appear like countless earthworms that wriggled around. Yet if one carefully looked, these writings hadn't moved. This feeling was absolutely strange. It was also absolutely uncomfortable. The bald man was staring with wide eyes, as if his soul had been stolen. The monkey-faced man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he hurriedly turned his vision away. Na Yi knelt before the stone gate and prayed. She finally stood up and said, "This is the gate. In order to open its array formation, there needs to be 3 martial artists at least at the altering muscle stage pouring their true essence into it for it to activate. The array formation is there." Na Yi pointed. The place where she pointed was a triangular altar. In the center of the altar was a black sphere, and the sphere was also shaped like a giant eye. After the door opens, you will be able to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. The Sorcerer Pagoda has 7 levels. The first level is Hell, the second is Hungry Ghosts, the third is Animals, the fourth is the Witch Slave, the fifth is Mortals, the sixth is the Celestial Envoy, and the 7th is the World of the Sorcerer. The higher the level you can reach, the stronger the power of the sorcerer you will be able to obtain. As to what level you can reach, that is at the will of the sorcerer. Listening to Na Yi's words, the monkey-faced man was excited. Sorcerer Pagoda. This was the holy land where the sorcerer bestowed strength upon those chosen. When every witch reached 16 years old, they were allowed to come to the Sorcerer Pagoda to inherit the power of the sorcerer's legacy. As for the strength of these 7 levels, it became more terrifying the higher one went. Just attaining the power of the 3rd or the 4th was enough for a man to enter the Dragon's Gate and become a hero of the southern wilderness. If one was able to obtain the power of the 5th or 6th by luck or strength, then that would be enough to one to look down upon the entire southern wilderness. As for the legendary 7th level, it was still a mystery. Of the countless large and small tribes within the southern wilderness 100,000 mountains, there had never been one who was able to obtain the power of the sorcerer from the 7th level. "Big brother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and open the door." The bald man was greedily rubbing his calloused hands together. He was already unable to wait. In his mind, the Sorcerer Pagoda was filled with countless beauties. With every level that he could rise, the more women he would be able to obtain, and the more noble and tasty they would be. "Little brother Mo, we'll have to trouble you to lend us a hand," the monkey-faced man said as he smiled at Lin Ming. "Oh, sounds good," Lin Ming said, and then moved towards the altar. Seeing Lin Ming stand in his spot, the monkey-faced man revealed a grimly rapacious smile. In his eyes, Lin Ming was merely a fat sheep that he was about to slaughter. Once he killed him, a great wealth would fall into his hands. In addition to the strength that he could obtain from the Sorcerer Holy Land, He would be able to quickly rise in the future with limitless fame. His dreams were just around the corner. He could even start a small witch tribe and become one of the legendary witch queens. Beautiful women, authority, wealth, power, all of these would be at his fingertip. Thinking this, the monkey-faced man glowed with joy. However, now that things had come to this point, he had to be careful. With just one wrong step, he would lose everything. He turned his smile towards Nae and said, "You and your little sister make a few laps around this room." Since he would kill Lin Ming after this, he might need to stretch his hands and feet in order to do it. The monkey-faced man didn't want to step on any unknown traps while he was chasing Lin Ming around. Nae said, "The sorcerer's room does not have any traps. I will not use my little sister's life to play around." "Good, then I'll believe you. Second brother, little brother Mo, let's start." As the monkey-faced man said that, he began to infuse his true essence into the giant black eye-shaped sphere within the center of the altar. The bald man followed next, and Lin Ming also slowly revolved the true primal chaos formula as he poured in his own true essence. Then, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Nae's true essence sound transmission. She said, "Once the door opens, they will not let you live. 20 feet behind you there is a thin stone wall that you can break through. There is a secret passage there that will lead you outside of the Sorcerer Holy Land. After the door opens, take advantage of the time that they are distracted looking at the Sorcerer Pagoda and immediately break the stone wall. If your speed is fast enough, you'll have just enough time to escape. They don't know if the secret passage has any traps or not, so they most likely won't pursue you." Lin Ming was a bit stunned. He looked with surprise at Nae. He hadn't thought that she would point out an exit for him. This Nae may seem indifferent, but the truth was her heart was very good and kind. If he didn't rescue her after coming into the Sorcerer Holy Land, then he would truly be a contemptible man. Lin Ming said, "Thank you. I also feel that Miss Nae is worth worrying about. Even with the fate-bound heart-crush bug, they will still have some way of suppressing it." The fate-bound heart-crush bug was a good contract, however, there were still ways to get around it. For instance, as long as one caught the other party and didn't let them commit suicide, or stunned them, or used drugs, or even locked them up and sealed their true essence before looking for other methods. After all, no one was willing to place their life in someone else's hands, not to mention that the secret of this Sorcerer Holy Land would easily arouse jealousy. How could the bald man and monkey-faced man willingly let the two witch sisters leave? Nae's voice suddenly turned cold. "You don't need to care about these matters." Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Lin Ming shrugged and didn't respond. He concentrated on pouring his true essence into the black sphere. The black sphere was like a bottomless pit. Even though it had already swallowed a colossal amount of energy, it still didn't give any response. Slowly, the bald man began to pant as if he had trouble breathing, and the monkey-faced man was also flushed and sweating. However, Lin Ming with his extreme restorative ability and resilience appeared the most relaxed, but as he revolved his true essence, on the surface he appeared to be a bit red and a little sluggish. "A little more, we're almost there," the monkey-faced man said. The black sphere began to emit a faint light and the entire chamber began to shake. With a deep rumbling sound, the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda finally swung open. A magnificently iridescent jade pagoda that glowed with a milky light appeared in front of everyone's awed gazes. "Ha ha ha ha." The monkey-faced man saw the Sorcerer Pagoda and began to wildly laugh. Lin Ming was stirred. This pagoda appeared somewhat similar to the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that he had entered during his time at the Seven Profound Martial Houses entrance exam. "We've finally succeeded. Ha ha ha." The bald man impatiently rubbed his hands together. "Big brother, let's go in together. Millimeter good. Let's see which one of us two brothers can reach a higher level. But, before that, there is a little matter that we have to attend to." The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming, smiling, but in that smile was contained a wild killing intent. "I told you to leave, why didn't you leave?" Nae anxiously asked Lin Ming through a true essence sound transmission. She was flustered. Was this boy an idiot? Lin Ming responded, The reason I came here is for the power of the sorcerer, but also because I want to help you. I just said a moment ago that even though you have the fate-bound heart-crush bug, you two sisters might not escape here alive. What? Do you really think you are going to? Yi found it incredible. Did Lin Ming really want to deal with these two people? He was an altering muscle stage martial artist while they were at the peak bone forging stage. There was a difference in their cultivations of a stage and a half. Not only that, but there were two. The bald man and the monkey-faced man walked around Lin Ming's right and left sides, encircling him. Little brother Mo, you've worked too hard. Lin Ming had dropped down to his knees, and was taking big gulps of breath as if he had been drained of all strength. He used his elbows to wipe away his sweat and said, "You two big brothers are too kind. Since you've been dealing with so many vicious beasts, it's you two that are working the hardest. I was just taking a trip to accompany you two." In this posture, he looked like a very unsuspecting idiot victim. However, his soul force had already locked onto the two men's every action and movement. While leaning down, his finger was already tracing his spatial ring. Since it was two peak bone forging martial artists against one at the altering muscle stage, he would first have them lower their guard, and then try kill one in a single stroke. The other he could slowly contend with. In contrast, if he failed to instantly strike down the first, then the two would be on full alert, and might even separately escape. With so many possible traps in the Sorcerer Holy Land, it would be too troublesome to hunt them down here. Not only that, but since the monkey-faced man had the fate-bound heart-crush bug within him, trying to cope with him would be much more tricky. The monkey-faced man said with a smile, "Little brother Mo, you see where we are, there are simply countless traps layered on top of each other. This place is deep underground, it's quiet and safe. It's simply like a natural tomb." Lin Ming gasped, looking lost. "What do you mean by saying that?" "What do I mean? Hehehe, my meaning is that since the scenery here is so beautiful, then us brothers will let you safely rest here forever." As the monkey-faced man said this, his expression suddenly turned wretched. He gripped the short axe on his back, and had already moved to chop off Lin Ming's head. At the same time, the bald man had also taken out the mace on his back and was sweeping towards Lin Ming's waist. These two tandem attacks had instantly sealed off Lin Ming's ability to dodge in any direction. Na Shui cried out in alarm, "Die!" As the monkey-faced man's axe cleaved down, in that moment, Lin Ming's form had suddenly vanished. Puff! The bald man's mace was just halfway down, when he suddenly felt a piercingly cold feeling in his chest. A shimmering silver object was protruding from his chest. He blankly looked down at this object. It was the spearhead of a long spear. Even though there was some blood on it, the blood did not stick to the spearhead. Instead, it flowed down along the ridge of the spear before collecting into crimson drops and dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip, drip. In the deep quiet of the chamber, the sound of blood dripping onto the floor was especially piercing. The monkey-faced man still had his fierce expression. He wasn't able to respond to such a sudden change in events. Second brother, you. The bald man reached out his as if he was trying to reach something, but his eyes were becoming gradually more lax. Pang. Then there was the sound of an explosion and the bald man's body erupted into a spray of bloody fog. In that moment, 5,000 true essence filaments had destroyed his organs and completely smashed apart all of his bones and muscles. The bald man's corpse poured onto the ground like mud. Behind him was Lin Ming, exposing nothing but a calm and indifferent expression. The monkey-faced man was completely shocked. Looking at Lin Ming's face, it was as if he had suddenly become a terrifying stranger. Even though it seemed impossible to escape both attacks at once, he had appeared like a ghost behind the bald man and had slain him with a single thrust of his spear. How could this possibly be the cultivation of a boy at the altering muscle stage? The monkey-faced man began to tremble in fear. Was this youth really a human? Or was he some sort of demonic monster? In the legends, there were said to be evil beings that could assume the forms of humans. This dark creature could fly at will and kill at will. They were a terrifying existence. Not too far away, Yi had seen everything. She had seen Lin Ming instantly disappear and then reappear behind the bald man. Yet, She wasn't able to clearly see Lin Ming's footsteps. Just who is he? Nae held her breath. Was this really a 15-year-old boy? The monkey-faced man grasped his short axe, his whole body rapidly revolving true essence. He slowly stepped back. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. He didn't know whether or not Lin Ming was hiding his cultivation or what other secrets he had. Seeing Lin Ming's ghostly movements, the monkey-faced man already realized that there was no point in running away, he would only die sooner. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound, soft spear. Though that last strike seemed as if it had easily killed the bald man, the truth was that was because the bald man had lowered his guard and didn't utilize much true essence to protect himself. That was why Lin Ming had so easily succeeded. Now, however, the monkey-faced man was on complete guard. In this critical life or death situation, Lin Ming was still able to kill him, but he had to put in some effort. Don't kill him. At this moment, Lin Ming's mind resounded with Nae's true essence sound transmission. It was as if Lin Ming hadn't heard. With the concept of wind at this back, this little distance seemed to have lost all meaning. A spear struck out, lightning flashed. Clang! The monkey-faced man had used his short axe to fend off the spear. However, the electric snake that circled the long spear was like a bug that drilled into the monkey-faced man's body. In that instant, his entire body had been paralyzed. This was the power of the Thunder Soul. Heretical God Force, open! Lin Ming shouted. With a sweep of his spear, his activated flow like silk. The vibrating true essence was like a high tide that gushed out in all directions. In that moment, the monkey-faced man had been paralyzed, but his survival instinct kicked in. He savagely bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully restored his mobility. He already knew it was impossible to fend off this blow. He could only bet his life and fight against Lin Ming. His short axe suddenly viciously struck out at Lin Ming. Puff! The long spear swept past the monkey-faced man's thighs. With flow like silk combined with the explosive power of the heretical godforce, the monkey-faced man's legs were broken apart as his meat turned to mush and his bones shattered. However, at this time, that chopping axe was approaching Lin Ming's head. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fists. Lin Ming punched out. He had actually planned to use his flesh and blood body to fight against a treasure axe with true essence poured into it. Peng! The axe was bounced off by vibrating true essence. And Lin Ming's fist was unharmed. What? The monkey-faced man's eyes had gone wide at this unthinkable sight. Was this invulnerability? As he thought this, he was already sent flying upwards. His lower body had already lost all feeling. Looking down, he could see his feet still on the ground, and his legs had been completely shattered. Ah ah ah! The monkey-faced screamed out painfully. His body was like a broken sack as it fell and crashed against the ground, blood gushing everywhere like a fountain. No, don't kill me. If I die, the little girl also dies. It was as if Lin Ming didn't care. He grinned like a demon, and shook his spear. Do you think that I care? Good. Since I'll die anyways, then let's die together. The monkey-faced man clenched his teeth, preparing to forfeit his meridians and commit suicide. However, at this moment, Lin Ming was like a ghost that appeared by his side, his palm already falling down. Pulse-cutting palm. Puff. Lin Ming's palm struck against the monkey-faced man's chest. The true essence that was filled with destructive power rampaged across the monkey-faced man's meridians, and completely twisted and broke apart all the meridian. Ah! The monkey-faced man let out a miserable cry. To his amazement and dismay, he found that he was unable to summon the true essence within his body. It was as if some mysterious force had dispersed all of his will. It simply didn't listen to his signals. You want to forfeit your meridians? Then why don't I lend you a hand? Lin Ming withdrew his palm. Since the pulse-cutting palm was a weak martial skill, it didn't have much value in actual combat. It was used by that mighty elder to torment his enemies. How would such a martial skill give the enemy an opportunity to commit suicide? This martial skill would cause the enemy to lose all of their skills and they would become a eunuch. Not only that, but they would then be imprisoned and endlessly tortured. One could not beg for life, and one could not even beg for death. In that split second from when the electric light had sparked, Nae had been left scared and shocked senseless. She had thought that Lin Ming was really planning on killing the monkey-faced man, but not it seemed that using some unknown method, he had taken complete control of the situation. She let loose a breath she didn't know she was holding. She looked at Lin Ming again, her eyes filled with an incomparably complex emotion. Who was this young boy? His cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. How could he have this sort of terrifying strength? He had leapt past the barrier of a stage and a half difference in cultivation and played with these bone-forging martial artists as if they were nothing but toys in his hands. They didn't have the ability to commit suicide by destroying their own meridians. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Nae had never heard of any genius or talent within the southern wilderness that had this sort of incredible combat ability. This included Na tribe's first-generation tribal chief. If he was really 15 years old, then his future accomplishments would simply be limitless. This man, his potential was too alarming. If she had his help, in addition to the undiscovered legacies of the Sorcerer Holy Land, it wouldn't be impossible to recreate Na tribe. Thinking this, Nae gasped, but she immediately shook her head and sighed. Why would he possibly help her? Chapter 171, Killing the Double Devils. Chapter 172, Nae's Hatred. Chapter 172, Nae's Hatred. Chapter 172, Nae's Hatred. The monkey-faced man had completely collapsed to the floor. His lips trembling, he tried to push his arms backwards to hide himself. Not only had he lost both his legs, but the true essence within his body was leaking away. The so-called meridian destruction suicide was simply using the true essence within one's own body to destroy it. Now that he could not control the movement of his true essence anymore, the idea of suicide was simply a far-off dream. Lin Ming took out some blood-stanching medicinal herbs worth several hundred gold taels and crushed them together, before sprinkling the juices on the monkey-faced man's legs. The bleeding suddenly stopped. He didn't want the monkey-faced man to die from excessive blood loss. What do you plan on doing to me? The monkey-faced man said with a shaking voice. He was now nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Anyone could do anything they wanted to him. Lin Ming glanced at Nae and said, "Since you administered the poison, do you have the means to cure it?" Nae froze for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "I have a way." "Then come up here. I don't think you want to raise a broken-legged monkey for the next few years." Nae silently walked over to the monkey-faced man. At the same time, she drew out a dagger from her belt. At this moment, the monkey-faced man's heart was like dying embers that were turning to ashes from despair. He had never experienced such pain before. He had no power to resist, and could only wait for the moment of his death. "Na Shui, turn away." Nae suddenly said. Yes, Na Shui said, and obediently turned around. These scenes that had just occurred were simply too shocking for the heart of this little girl. Lin Ming faintly realized her intentions. He spoke to her through a true essence sound transmission. "This place is already rank with the smell of blood. Do you not want to let your little sister see? I think that she will experience this sort of scene sooner or later." Nae was silent for a while, before saying, "I hope that she will never have to experience this again." "Good. How do you plan on curing this poison?" Nae said, "There is no special way. I can only take it out before he dies." As Nae said this, her knife had already stabbed through the monkey-faced man's chest. That little dagger was not a treasure, but it was still extremely sharp. It was able to cut through the man's chest like tofu. There were only the sounds of slicing as the monkey-faced man's chest was ripped apart. The monkey-faced man screamed as he violently struggled. However, he had already lost all of his martial arts and was on the verge of death. How could he defend against the viscera training Nae? Nae seized the dagger, and with some effort, cut open the monkey-faced man's chest. Her dagger cut through the man's still beating heart, and blood erupted like a fountain as it splashed everywhere, including Nae's face. However, she only blinked, and didn't wipe the blood off her face. She reached her hand into the thick muscles of the heart's wall, and took out the fate-bound heart crush bug. Even Lin Ming, who had experienced many bloody scenes within the 10,000 killing array, was speechless as he looked on with astonishment. This little girl was truly ruthless. As the tiny golden beetle was still soaked in blood, Nae quickly placed it on her own arm. At this time, the monkey-faced man was still lying down on the ground, twitching. Although humans had many vital points, the number of lethal points that would result in instant death was one, that was the brain. If the brain was destroyed, then one would instantly die. As for the other vital points, death would take a while. For instance, if the heart was destroyed, then a person could still live for about 10 seconds. Nae used these 10 seconds of time to take out the fate-bound heart-crush bug and place it within her own body. Now that the bug had swapped to a new host, it didn't matter whether the old host was dead or alive. After completing this, Nae stood up, her face slightly pale. Lin Ming took out a towel from his spatial ring and handed it over to her. "Thank you," Nae whispered. She wiped her hair and face, which had been splashed with blood. As Lin Ming saw Nae crouched in a dark corner wiping herself, he thought that she was like a small cat that was licking her wounds after an injury. Behind this girl, there was probably an unknown story. Lin Ming said, "I remember that you said you had 2 oaths you had to fulfill. The first was to protect the life of your little sister and let her live in peace. Was the other to take revenge for your parents?" Nae did not answer. She kept wiping blood from her body. That original pure white towel had now been dyed a deep scarlet red. "I'm sorry," Lin Ming said. "No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, then I'm afraid that we wouldn't have escaped this calamity. I really do want to extend my truest apologies to you. This Sorcerer Holy Land is your tribe's forbidden area. The way I came here was not glorious or righteous, and I used you." Nae said, "You and I have never met, so you have no obligation to help me. As for this Sorcerer Holy Land, my tribe has already perished, so what point is there in keeping this holy land?" At this, Nae sighed. Speaking of the Sorcerer Holy Land, Lin Ming actually had a question that he always wanted to ask. "Does every tribe have a sorcerer pagoda?" Nae said, "No. There were originally 72 sorcerer pagodas. It is said that the sorcerer left the 72 sorcerer pagodas before he flew off into the stars and entered the sorcerer's world. Now, because of various reasons, like war, or beast floods, or earthquakes and volcanoes and other such things, there are 7 sorcerer pagodas that have been lost. Now there are only 65 remaining. So it's like this." Lin Ming speculated that the so-called sorcerer was actually a formidable mighty elder. The so-called flying off into the stars was simply the mighty elder traveling to somewhere within the realm of the gods. "Can you tell me what the power of the sorcerer is?" Nae said, "The power of the sorcerer is to help martial artists break through their boundaries and increase their cultivation. For every person, they can only enter the sorcerer's pagoda once. But, because of the limited power of the sorcerer, the lower the cultivation that a martial artist is at, the more their cultivation will be enhanced. If one's cultivation is too high, then their increase in power would be relatively minor. But on the other hand, a martial artist whose cultivation is too low will have trouble passing the sorcerer's trials. So, the best age to enter at is 16. Once a witch reaches 16 years of age, they will be able to enter the sorcerer pagoda and obtain the legacy of the sorcerer." Nae's clear explanation left Lin Ming somewhat surprised. It was as if she didn't mind that he would enter the sorcerer pagoda, so she had explained in such fine detail. After a period of silence, Lin Ming said, "I will tell you the truth. I would like to receive the power of the sorcerer." Nae said, "I know. Otherwise you wouldn't have played the fool for such a long time. You are also afraid that there are mysteries inside that I deliberately hid from you, so that you will fall into certain traps." "That's right," Lin Ming honestly said. Nae pulled down her collar and unwound a pendant that she had been keeping with her. It was unclear what this pendant was made of, but it seemed to be fashioned from some sort of metal. In the dark chamber, it still issued a faint gentle light as if it was made from jade. The pendant was in the pattern of an eye, just like the eye pattern on the sorcerer pagoda's door. Nae said, "This is the key of the sorcerer. It is my tribe's most sacred holy relic. With it, you may open up the sorcerer's trials." Otherwise, you can only enter up to the 3rd level of the pagoda. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and looked at Na in surprise. In the dark chamber, Na's eyes seemed to shine like stars in the night sky, and they flowed with a brilliantly pure light. In her tender hands that were still covered with blood, the sorcerer's key hung from her fingertips, and emitted a faint jade-like light. At this moment, Lin Ming was filled with an inexplicable sense of trust towards her. He said, "If you didn't tell me of this sorcerer's key, then I wouldn't have known. What you said a moment ago wasn't wrong. You and I have never met, so you also have no obligation to help me. Much less, this sorcerer pagoda is your tribe's forbidden land. Why are you telling me about the sorcerer's key?" Na said, "I want you to help me kill a man, your life's enemy that killed your parents." Yes. As soon as this enemy was mentioned, Na's eyes flashed with extreme hatred and murderous intent. Even Lin Ming found himself slightly taken aback by this harrowing look. This person is the great general of the Fire Worm tribe. His name is Kai Guda. The Fire Worm tribe completely exterminated my tribe. My parents were teachers of Na's tribe that taught the teachings of the sorcerer. After the destruction of the sorcerer's temple, my father was killed by Kai Guda, and my mother, speaking here, Na took a deep breath. Her obsidian eyes shined with a brilliant killing aura, and the corners of her innocent mouth twitched. Seeing this, Lin Ming guessed that it might have been such abuse like rape. But he hadn't expected Na's next words, and was surprised by them. Na clenched her teeth. Hate drenched her voice as she said, "My mother was raped by Kai Guda and his men, and then, she was eaten." Eaten? Lin Ming gulped, making sure that he hadn't misunderstood. Na continued, "The Fire Worm tribe is a cannibalistic tribe. In the southern wilderness, there are tribes that treat human beings as food, they will treat prisoners as food, and they especially eat pagans. We believe in the sorcerer, and take those that believe in shamanism as our sworn enemy, so they also regard us as pagans." Lin Ming found this difficult to accept. He had heard before from the government that they were dissolute and wicked, and the commoners had once eaten even the children of others. However, this was in ancient times. He hadn't expected that he would personally experience such a thing in this time period. Na said, "My mother's bodyguard risked his life and braved death to gather my mother's corpse and place her into a coffin. When I last saw my mother, her body was already incomplete. Because she had been boiled, her hair had completely fallen off, and her body and face were full of teeth marks. One leg and one arm had already been torn apart, and there was nothing left but broken bones." The longer Na spoke, the more calm she was. It was as if all her hatred and agony had been gathered and restrained within her, locked inside the deepest recesses of her heart. Listening to this, Lin Ming felt his stomach plummeting. He already felt that Na's description was too much for some, and yet Na had seen this with her own eyes, and that person was also her mother. No wonder. This was why Na, at such a tender age, was able to have such a cold and unshakable determination. He was unable to stop himself from turning and glanced towards Na Shui, who was pitifully huddled in a corner. That little girl was probably unaware of the tragic circumstances that had befallen her mother, and Na would probably never let her find out. Lin Ming took a deep breath and asked, "What cultivation stage is Kai Guda at?" "A half step into the Hutian realm." Lin Ming frowned. So he was a half-step Hutian martial artist. Although he had just killed a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hutian realm, that was only because there were all sorts of advantageous factors that had gathered together. Even then, he had barely succeeded. Now that he had already spent the Thunderbolt Devil Fire Bead, he didn't have the slightest belief that he could defeat a martial artist that was a half-step into the Hutian realm. Not only that, but since he was a general, then this person would also be protected by several guards. To kill a person in a crowd, that was even more difficult. Chapter 173 Low-Grade Heaven Step. Chapter 173 Low-Grade Heaven Step. Chapter 173 Low-Grade Heaven Step. Na was able to see the awkward dilemma that she put Lin Ming in. From the start, it had been hopeless to think that Lin Ming would ever be able to defeat Kai Guda. There was simply too large a disparity between a bone-forging stage martial artist and one that was in the pulse condensation period, not to mention that Kai Guda was already a half-step into the Hutian realm. In her opinion, the limit of Lin Ming's strength should be at the bone-forging stage. There was simply too large a difference when compared to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. She said, "I'm not asking for you to kill him now. I can wait 3 or 5 years. To Nae, it would already be a heavenly miracle if Lin Ming was able to defeat Kai Guda within 3 or 5 years. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he was able to achieve power equivalent to a half-step Hutian realm martial artist at 20, that would already create a new record within the last few centuries of the southern wilderness." Lin Minute did not explain what his thoughts were. He said to Nayi, "Before anything is decided, wait until I come out from the Sorcerer Pagoda to plan again." Lin Ming did not know how much of the Sorcerer Pagoda's legacy he would receive, or how much his strength would increase. There was no sense in making any rash promises at this moment. "Give me the Sorcerer's Key," Lin Ming said. He took the pendant in his hand, gripped the heavy profound soft spear, and strode towards the Sorcerer Pagoda. The best time for one to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda was at 16 years of age. Lin Ming was only 2 months shy of 16. Now would be the best time for him to participate in the trials here. The Sorcerer Pagoda was several hundred feet high, and emitted a milky jade-colored light from all over. At the top of the pagoda there was a large ocean blue sphere that sent out a dazzling azure light. This sphere was also in the pattern of an eye, similar to the pendant that Lin Ming was now holding. The door was arched, with a 10-foot-tall sculpture on both sides. The sculptures were carvings of ancient mythical god-beasts. Inside the gate was a vast, limitless whiteness. It was impossible to clearly see inside. As Lin Ming approached the Sorcerer Pagoda, he was able to feel an incomparably pure and rich heaven and earth origin energy. Heaven and earth origin energy was the basis for all martial arts cultivation. The so-called true essence was simply the conversion of heaven and earth origin energy to one's own energy. True essence stones were also condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. Regardless of whether it was the body transformation stage, the Hutian realm, or even the Xiantian realm, a martial artist's cultivation would always originate from heaven and earth origin energy. What a dense heaven and earth origin energy. If I were to practice here, then I would have twice the results with half the effort. As Lin Ming greedily absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy around him, he stepped into the Sorcerer Pagoda. The scene around him suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived at a completely black empty space. The ground underneath him was a giant platform of hard jade, and when he lifted his head he could actually see the stars brightly shining overhead. The faint starlight fell down from the sky and onto the jade ground as if it were silver gossamer threads. The illusionary world inside of the pagoda was extremely beautiful. However, the heaven and earth origin energy inside of the tower was much thinner. It was about the same as the lands outside the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is actually less heaven and earth origin energy inside the pagoda. Lin Ming felt this was a bit incomprehensible. He assumed that the heaven and earth origin energy would be much richer inside of the pagoda. The inside of the Sorcerer Pagoda is more or less like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Lin Ming recalled that he had also encountered such a scene when he first entered into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He also recalled that from the time he had participated in the Seven Profound Martial Houses entrance examination until now, only 4 months had passed. In less than 6 months of time, Lin Ming's strength had already undergone an enormous earth-shaking change. He had gone from being a tender youth at the early flesh training stage to now, where his strength was comparable to an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming did not dare to say that he was the strongest amongst all of his peers, but in terms of progress, he was the fastest within the entire Sky Spill continent. It seems the so-called sorcerer's will is how far one can reach in the Sorcerer Pagoda. I wonder how far a 15-year-old with strength at the early pulse condensation period would be able to go in the Exquisite Pagoda now. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was different from the 10,000 killing array. In the 10,000 killing array the strength of the enemy didn't change. However, in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the strength of the enemies was decided by one's age. The greater one's age, the stronger the enemy. So in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, only talent was measured. At first, the elder responsible for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda trial had spoken and said that in order to qualify, one only had to pass through the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The second level was considered good, the third level was considered excellent, the fourth level was a genius, and the fifth level, it was simply impossible. The elder had only said this because he clearly understood the strength of the candidates. Throughout the past several decades of the Seven Profound Martial House, only Qin Xingxuan was able to pass the fifth level. Lin Ming had barely managed to reach the fifth level, but he hadn't managed to pass it. As he thought of the past, Lin Ming's heart was filled with a burning desire and rising fighting spirit. Now he wanted to see just how high his own talent would be. Weapon, spear. 9 feet 9 inches, 1200 jins, created from heavy profound soft silver. As Lin Ming placed out his hand, a silver-long spear fell into his grip. Although the appearance was the exact same as the heavy profound soft spear, this spear was a lower quality treasure, and he would just be able to pour his true essence into it. The Sorcerer Pagoda was a test of a martial artist's talent. Things like treasure weapons, treasure armors, or any influence one could have from the outside world, was pushed down to the barest minimum. This was not the same as the 10,000 killing array. At this moment, a phantom started to congeal in front of Lin Ming, becoming more and more solid. This one was a martial artist dressed all in black, holding a sword. His cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming remembered that when he had rushed up the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the first enemy he had encountered was at the early second stage of body transformation. Now, the enemy was much more formidable than before. Apparently this was due to him having grown older. The black-clothed martial artist rushed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not even bother to use his spear, he merely fired out a punch and more than 100 vibrating true essence filaments flew out of his fist and submerged into the martial artist's body like poisonous snakes. The martial artist simply fell to the ground with a single puff, and died. To the Lin Ming of now, a martial artist whose cultivation was at the peak second stage of body transformation was simply too laughable. The truth was, for a 15 or 16-year-old to have cultivation at the peak second stage of body transformation was already quite good. For instance, Na Yi and Na Shui, who had reached the viscera training stage at 15 years old, were already considered rare talents. Qin Xingxuan, who had achieved the bone forging stage at 15 years old, was a monstrous genius. As for Lin Ming, who had reached the altering muscle stage at only 15 years old, but whose real combat prowess was comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist, that was simply too terrifying for human word. The first pass was simply too easy. Lin Ming lifted his foot and prepared to enter the second level, but at this time, Lin Ming felt that the martial artist he had just killed had broken down into an invisible energy that entered his body. This energy was rejuvenating like a spring rain, nourishing all of Lin Ming's limbs and bones, and spreading through his flesh and blood, deep into his organs. Even his unopened meridians seemed to have loosened a bit. Millimeter? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Is this the power of the sorcerer? I get it. The power of the sorcerer is simply the purified version of extremely condensed heaven and earth origin energy. In the Sorcerer Pagoda, the reason that the heaven and earth origin energy is thin is because it is condensed into these phantom martial artists. The more phantoms that I kill, the more pure heaven and earth origin energy I can absorb. This is simply too magical. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he was pleasantly surprised to find that heaven and earth origin energy had caused his altering muscle stage cultivation to become more stable. He had a faint feeling that he was making great steps towards the large success state of altering muscle. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The 72 sorcerer pagodas that this mighty elder had constructed were simply too marvelous. This mighty elder must have been amazing to be able to invent this sort of method for one to gain heaven and earth origin energy. Presumably, this entire sorcerer pagoda was one giant array that gathered heaven and earth origin energy. However, the true essence that could be condensed here was limited. It was no wonder that only the chosen witches were able to enter into the sorcerer pagoda and inherit the power within. Lin Ming lifted his foot and appeared in the second level of the sorcerer pagoda. The enemy here was a black-clothed martial artist at the third stage of body transformation. In terms of cultivation, this was the standard for a 15-year-old genius. When Wang Yangfeng had participated in the 7 profound martial house entrance examination, he was also at the early third stage of body transformation. Just as the black-clothed martial artist appeared, Lin Ming flicked a finger and 800 vibrating true essence threads broke into the martial artist's body, directly smashing all of his organ. In the first few levels of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any excess energy. This was because starting from the 4th level, the difficulty of the Sorcerer Pagoda would experience a steep rise. Lin Ming absorbed this heaven and earth origin energy once more, and his true essence thickened even further. Lin Ming was unstoppable. In the 3rd level of the Sorcerer Pagoda, 2 peak viscera training black-clothed martial artists appeared. Lin Ming shook the silver spear, and erupted with golden rock shattering the void. He instantly appeared in front of the 2 black-clothed martial artists, and before they could even respond, they had been completely stabbed to death by his spear. As he absorbed the energy of these 2, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body had reached a limiting point. If he grew just a bit more, he would be able to break through to the large success stage of altering muscle. Lin Ming though, the power of the sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is truly formidable. It's only because my cultivation is too high and my true essence is too thick. If my cultivation was at the viscera training stage, I probably would have already broken through the stage after reaching the 3rd level. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to shimmer. A blood-red ball emerged from thin air. This sphere was a foot in diameter, and was completely covered in layers of intricate patterns. On the area of the sphere facing Lin Ming, he could see that there was a circular indent that matched the sorcerer's key. Yi had said that only with the sorcerer's key would one be able to open up the 4th level. Otherwise, they would be restricted to the first 3 levels. Lin Ming took out the sorcerer's key from his spatial ring, and carefully placed in within that indent. At that moment, the key seemed to melt into the sphere, and the crimson orb began to emit a flaming red light. Near Lin Ming's ear, he could hear a series of incantations. These incantations were same as the prayers that Yi had been reciting earlier. Millimeter. This incantation. Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake was resonating within. When Yi had first opened the transmission array of the Sorcerer Holy Land, and opened the door to the Sorcerer Pagoda, she had also recited a similar incantation. But because Yi's words were somewhat vague and mumbling, Lin Ming hadn't been paying much attention, and thought that it was only a prayer of sort that was passed down by the sorcerer's teachings. But now that the incantation directly resounded near Lin Ming's ear, he was able to clearly hear each and every syllable. This incantation was language from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming had absorbed the souls of 2 mighty elders from the realm of the gods. Although they were just small pieces of the originals, with these 2 combined, Lin Ming was able to generally understand the language of the realm of the gods. Inside the sphere, a monotone voice began to sound out. Talent rank evaluation, low-grade heaven step. Requirements for transmission acquired. Lin Ming was shocked. Even talents could be assessed according to different criteria. And he was a low-grade heaven step talent. Although Lin Ming didn't know what it meant to be a low-grade heaven step talent, what he was certain of was that within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Southern Wilderness, or even the 200,000 miles of land that were ruled by the 7 profound valleys, there weren't many at his age that could surpass his strength. And what did it mean for him to meet the requirements for transmission? Just where would the transmission array send him? Chapter 174 Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. Chapter 174 Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. Chapter 174 Sorcerer Pagoda's Secret. When each person entered into the pagoda, would they also undergo a similar evaluation? Did they have to meet the so-called admission requirement? A series of questions popped up in Lin Ming's mind. At this moment, the scenery around him began to suddenly twist. Immediately after, Lin Ming felt dizzy. It was as if his body was a piece of cotton that was sent blowing into the wind. His body felt weightless, and his organs seemed as if they had been twisted several times in space. This sort of uncomfortable feeling really made one want to puke. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming felt as if he were dropping, and finally fell upon the hard ground. He reached out his hands to feel the floor. The ground was actually hot to the touch with a sort of scalding heat. Is this the inner tower within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Lin Ming rubbed his aching head as he looked up. He was somewhat surprised to see that in this land within the Sorcerer Pagoda, the surroundings were like a blood-drenched world. In the vast expanse of this world, every rock was red, the ground was barren and desolate, and not too far away there were large bloody lakes. In the lakes there were giant bubbles of hot gas forming, and a smell of blood was thick in the air. Blood lake? Lin Ming gulped. If that was true, then just how much blood was needed to form that lake? Was this an illusionary dreamland? Or was this the real world? Lin Ming recalled that extremely uncomfortable sense of distortion a moment ago, and he vaguely understood that he had just passed through a long-distance transmission array. When Lin Ming had gone through the transmission array to the lava cave, he also had experienced a similar feeling. In the lava cave's transmission array, the distance he traveled was only several hundred miles. But this time, the feeling of distortion was simply sharp and acute. Just how far had he been transmitted? At this moment, in front of Lin Ming, a red light appeared out of nowhere and gradually began to condense into a solid object. It formed into a giant red eye. As Lin Ming saw this eye, his heart tightened and he subconsciously took half a step back. This eye gave him an extremely horrifying feeling. Just what was it? Hello, human. A cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. It used the language of the realm of the gods. Who are you? Lin Ming recalled that when the group had traveled here, they had seen this eye design countless times. From when they had entered the Sorcerer Holy Land, to the gate of the Sorcerer Pagoda, to the Sorcerer Pagoda's sculpture, to the Sorcerer's Key, all of these contained this kind of eye design. Initially, Lin Ming had thought that the people of the southern wilderness worshipped the eye, thus they had used the eye as a totem. However, he hadn't thought that within the Sorcerer Pagoda, there would actually be such a giant red eye. There is no need to fear. My name is Yang Mo. I live within the space between life and feed upon dreams. 29,000 years ago, I was subdued by Master, and become Master's contract beast. Master? Contract beast? Is your master, the sorcerer? Yes. That is the name with which the people of the southern wilderness call my master. 50,000 years ago, Master established a vast divine kingdom within the southern wilderness. After 2 millennia, Master soared into the realm of the gods, and the divine kingdom was inherited by Master's descendants. The divine kingdom continued to exist for 10,000 years, but after time, the world began to change, and the divine kingdom gradually declined. From massive wars caused by evil men, to the outbreak of beast floods, to natural disasters such as earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, the once vast divine kingdom disintegrated until it was no more. After 10,000 more years, it became the current southern wilderness. The swamps spread, and the vicious beasts and poisonous insects bred to countless numbers. The original citizens, because of war or disasters, either died or scattered to all reaches of the land, and slowly evolved to the present people of the southern wilderness. 20,000 years ago, the end of Master's destiny was approaching. Before he entered closed-door seclusion, he returned to the southern wilderness. He saw that his once endless divine kingdom had turned into rubble, and these descendants had devolved into the uncivilized people of the southern wilderness. In his heart, he felt a deep melancholy. Thus, he established 72 smelting trial pagodas, with me as the eternal guard. The master hoped that through the 72 trials of these pagodas, he would be able to give his descendants a light of hope. Lin Ming listened with shock. He had thought that this sorcerer, although he may have been fierce in the Sky Spill continent, would only have been considered an ordinary powerhouse within the realm of the gods. However, listening to Yang Mo's description, he was afraid that the sorcerer was actually an overlord. As the saying went, 100 years dynasty, 1,000 years sect, 10,000 years holy land. Hearing from Yang Mo, since the divine kingdom had existed for 10,000 years, it must have been a holy land. And the founder of the Holy Land had lived at least 30,000 years. It was difficult to imagine just how formidable his power truly was. I see. So these 72 sorcerer pagodas were left behind by the mighty elder of the realm of the gods before he entered closed-door seclusion. Lin Ming finally understood why there were so many sorcerer pagodas within the southern wilderness. As a martial artist's cultivation increased, their life would also extend. When they reached the end of their life and still hadn't broken through the bottleneck, they would often choose life or death closed-door seclusion. If they failed to break through, then they would simply perish within. Closed-door seclusion was an imperative matter. Before entering into seclusion, one had to make sufficient preparations. One had their karma left over from their fates, otherwise a demon would be left inside their heart. The sorcerer's divine kingdom and the descendants that he had left behind were one such bond that he had to resolve. Therefore, the reason that he had returned to the southern wilderness was to reap the karma that he had sown. Since the divine kingdom was no longer, he established 72 sorcerer pagodas in order to give his descendants a glimmer of hope. Like this, he had paid all the debts of his fate and no longer worried. Afterwards, these 72 sorcerer pagodas were discovered one after another by the people of the southern wilderness. They were recognized as a miracle, and thus the faith of the sorcerer had been founded. As for the eye totem, that was because there were some witches that had seen Yang Mo. After all these thoughts were put in order, Lin Ming had never thought that the 72 sorcerer pagodas had hidden such a secret. Yang Mo said, "You are the first one in the last 800 years to appear in the southern wilderness with a heaven-step talent. You thus have the qualifications to proceed into the life and death smelting trial. Through completing the trial by fire, you will obtain a treasure of formidable power that Master left behind. This smelting trial is not an illusion, it is a true killing array. In the smelting trial, if you lose, you may forfeit. Otherwise, you can also die. Would you like to enter into the life and death smelting trial? A treasure handed down by a mighty elder of the realm of the gods. What sort of miraculous thing would that be? And he could even obtain the power of this life and death smelting trial. This truly stirred Lin Ming's heart. He nodded and said, "I do." Good. The life and death smelting trial also has 7 trials, each of which is more difficult than the sorcerer pagoda. For these last several hundreds of years, you are the only person to enter into the life and death smelting trial. I wish you good luck. As Yang Mo said this, his body was like a rippling wave that slowly faded away. The surrounding scenery returned to a blood-red world. This blood-red world was a true killing array, it was not an illusion. Lin Ming extracted the heavy profound soft spear from his spatial ring. Since this was a killing array, he could use a real weapon, and didn't need to summon one. First trial, hell. Lin Ming's mind resounded with a calm and monotonous voice. As it spoke, numerous bubbles began to form in the blood lake, and groups of blood-red humanoid creatures began climbing out from the blood lake. Blood demons. It was said that in places rich with blood, a blood demon would be born. These blood demons could absorb a person's blood and true essence in order to grow. There were even some blood demons that existed in far-off lands that were able to completely assume human form. Their strength could be equivalent to a Xiantian realm master. Originally, when Lin Ming had entered the sorcerer pagoda, every level he entered had only had some defenseless little cats. Now, there were actually so many blood demons. Lin Ming's warrior spirit began to burn with the urge to battle. Kill. Lin Ming suddenly moved, and his body disappeared like a ghost. The heavy profound soft spear was simply like a bolt of white light as it cut across. There were only 2 popping sounds as two of the blood demons were nearly sliced in half. However, although the 2 blood demons had been cut, they didn't die. They began to fuse back together. Undying. Their vitality is truly strong. But since they managed to run into me, they can only chalk it up to bad luck. Lin Ming flicked his spear and vibrating true essence began to flood out like an overwhelming tide. Flow like silk. Peng. Peng. There were 2 sounds of explosions, and the pair of blood demons burst into a bloody red fog. With this, they had completely died. After the 2 blood demons perished, they melted into invisible energies that floated into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the blood in his body. Millimeter. This is. Feeling the force of these 2 energies, Lin Ming was surprised. He thought that killing these 2 blood demons would be like before, and they would supplement the true essence within his body. However, he didn't expect that the blood demons would actually supplement the strength of vitality within his blood. Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. This life and death smelting trial was beyond extraordinary. Although it was uncommonly difficult, its effects were not something that the Sorcerer Pagoda could hope to match. The Sorcerer Pagoda was able to increase a martial artist's cultivation. However, the life and death smelting trial was able to enhance every aspect of a martial artist's strength. For instance, this blood demon augmented one's blood vitality. With powerful vitality, one would be able to contain more true essence, and one's endurance would also increase. It would even be easier to recover from a serious injury. When one's vitality reached the limit, even dismembered limbs could be reborn from nothing, the body would simply be immutable. A few days ago, Lin Ming had swallowed the 500-year-old bloodlingji, which had boosted his blood vitality. Now, after killing just 2 blood demons, Lin Ming obtained the effects of 1/3 of the bloodlingji. If he continued to kill more, then he couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of vitality was that he would be able to accumulate. Seeing the numerous blood demons emerge from the blood lake, Lin Ming buzzed in trepidation. His fighting spirit began to soar into the sky, and the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments of his heavy profound soft spear began to shudder in excitement, as if they were irascible tin flood dragons. The silver spear point shivered, and began to let out a keening sound. Let's fight to the end. Lin Ming was like a meteor that crashed forwards in the group of blood demons. The heavy profound soft spear in his hand was like an epic silver dragon that dove into a sea of blood. Where the silver dragon visited, blood would flow. In such a bloody battle, Lin Ming attached a strong vibrating true essence force to each spear strike. A circular wave of visible true essence fluctuated in the air like a tsunami with the spear as the epicenter. The blood demons burst in an endless cloud of bloody fog. Because the blood fog was too dense, it condensed in the air, and formed a rain of blood. As Lin Ming fought in such a blood mist, the rain of blood continuously fell down upon him, running down his skin and streaming into his body. Lin Ming was the first person in the last 800 years to enter into this life and death smelting trial, therefore this cloud of bloody rain was the 800 years of vitality that had been saved from the Sorcerer Holy Land. It was incomparably strong and incomparably pure. Fun. Come again. By now, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood. The more he fought, the stronger his body was becoming. He felt these vital energies constantly converging with his body, so not only was he not exhausted, but he felt as if he had a limitless well of strength. 9 feet 9 inch heavy profound soft spear, its aura was like a bright rainbow sweeping past 10,000 enemies. Chapter 175 Hungry Ghosts. Chapter 175 Hungry Ghosts. Chapter 175 Hungry Ghosts. As the spearhead passed through the blood demons, they would break apart just like bags of blood that were smashed apart. With a single sweep, 3 or 4 blood demons would be demolished by the vibrating force. In only an incense stick of time, nearly 100 blood demons were completely cleared by Lin Ming. But at this moment, not too far away, a massive cloud of bloody fog began to coalesce into a blood demon that was twice as large as a normal one. This blood demon was different, one could clearly make out its distinct facial features, and it seemed to carry a profound sense of intelligence. Obviously, this blood demon was the most formidable of them all. As Lin Ming saw this final blood demon, the corners of his mouth tipped upwards in a savage grin. His feet tread the ground, and he burst forward like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, the several dozens of feet distance between them were closed. The gathered momentum of Lin Ming erupted like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. Peng! Lin Ming's spear pierced through that blood demon's body, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments broke into its body, directly exploding it into a fog of blood. A stream of blood energy flowed into Lin Ming. This blood demon was almost equal to a 500-year-old bloodlingji. In total, Lin Ming had slain 99 normal blood demons and the blood demon leader. This was equivalent to absorbing more than a dozen 500-year-old bloodlingji. The massive amount of blood vitality reverberated within Lin Ming's body. There was about half that he wouldn't be able to absorb for now. If Lin Ming's vitality had been as energetic as a burning stove, then now, his vitality was like a billowing rocket, soaring into the deep blue sky. Awesome. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He felt as if he was filled to the brim with energy. Although he had just undergone a fierce battle, his current state was much better than before. There is still much blood energy within my body that hasn't been absorbed. Still, the strength of my vitality has been augmented. I can fight all day and I still wouldn't be tired. Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. He took the heavy profound soft spear and drew a bloody cut along his hand. Then, an unimaginable scene took place. This cut healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and before long it had completely regenerated. Seeing this, Lin Ming was stunned. Although he knew that his power of blood vitality was able to enhance the healing capabilities of the body, he hadn't expected it to reach this level. With such an abnormal restorative ability, he would no longer need to fear injuries on the battlefield. If he could obtain some rare material in the future and supplement his blood vitality even further, then he might really be able to reach the legendary realm of regenerating lost limbs, or even being reborn from a single drop of blood. The Hell trial has concluded. Second trial, Hungry Ghost. That calmly indifferent voice rang within Lin Ming's ears again. Suddenly, his surroundings began to change. The bloody lakes and red sky began to turn into a completely dark and gloomy world. Looking up, he could see that the sky was a pale yellow like muddied waters, and there were countless black crows flying everywhere. The unimaginable number of black feathers in the sky obscured any bright sunlight there was. A surging river emerged from the ground. The greenish-yellow waters of the river roiled in churning, never-ending waves. A boundless deathly gas blew through the air. On the riverside, there was an obsidian stone tablet. 2 large characters written on it: Yellow Springs, Hungry Ghost. I see, it's just like Nae said. The Sorcerer Pagoda was divided into 7 levels: Hell, Hungry Ghost, Animals, Witch Slave, Mortals, Celestial Envoy, and the Word of the Sorcerer. I thought that these names were only because of the religion and superstitions of the southern wilderness people. I didn't actually expect it to be true. But these 7 trials do not exist in the Sorcerer Pagoda, but instead in the life and death smelting trial. It's just that an ordinary witch simply has no chance to see them. Then, the waves of the Yellow Springs began to violently churn, and massive whirlpools appeared within it. Hungry ghosts began to rush out from the greenish-yellow river waters, ominously howling as they fired towards Lin Ming. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Nae and Na Shui were silently waiting. Na Shui said, "Big sister, couldn't you enter the Sorcerer Pagoda with that big brother and go through the sorcerer's test?" Nae said, "The power of the sorcerer within the Sorcerer Pagoda is limited. The effects won't be as good if 2 people enter in at the same time. Not only that, but with my current strength, I'll at most be able to make it to the 4th floor." Nae had only just reached 15 years of age. It was still too early for her to undergo the trial of the Sorcerer Pagoda. Nae had her own wild ambitions. She wanted to reach the 5th floor of the Sorcerer Pagoda, or even the 6th floor, and gain the sorcerer's recognition to restore her Na tribe. Since the founding of the Na tribe, it was already very good if a witch was able to reach the 3rd or 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda. If they passed through the 4th to the 5th, then they were a genius among talents. If they passed through the 5th to the 6th, then they were a legend. In the 1,000 or so years of the Na tribe's existence, there had only ever been one person to enter the 6th level, and that legendary figure was the first witch queen of the Na tribe who had brought her people to travel the land, expanded their territory, and eventually founded the Na tribe. "Big sister, what level do you think that big brother Mo is at now?" Na Shui innocently asked. Nae's eyebrows knitted together. She looked towards the Sorcerer Pagoda with an anxiously puzzled expression. Before, she had seen Lin Ming rush up the first 3 levels with incredible speed that was enough to make her gasp in surprise. However, it wasn't too unexpected. After all, Lin Ming's strength was at the limit of a bone-forging powerhouse. With his strength, he should have been able to roll over the first 3 levels. But what was strange was that after she had seen Lin Ming pass through the first 3 levels from outside the pagoda, he had seemingly disappeared. She had been staring at the 4th level of the Sorcerer Pagoda and found that the formation array hadn't even begun to revolve. This proved that Lin Ming hadn't entered the 4th level. Just what could have happened? With Mo Lin's strength, it's impossible that he couldn't reach the 4th floor. He should easily pass through the 5th and into the 6th. His progress should at least be no less than the first Witch Queen of the Na tribe. Could Mo Lin have experienced some sort of accident within the Sorcerer Pagoda? Thinking this, Na Yi felt her heart tighten in distress. But the Sorcerer Pagoda is only an illusory magic array, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if it is too difficult, Na Yi suddenly gasped as she remembered something. In the ancient texts of the witches, there was once a legend that existed. In that legend, there was once a time long, long ago, when the sorcerer had founded a divine kingdom. The Sorcerer Pagoda was the entrance leading to the divine kingdom. If one was selected by the sorcerer, they would be able to open the door to the divine kingdom. Once they returned from that holy land, they would be the king of the southern wilderness. King of the southern wilderness. Na Yi took a deep breath, her heart surging with emotions as goosebumps began to rise on her arms. Bones as thin as firewood, sunken eyes, pupils the color of blood, so these are the hungry ghosts of the hungry ghost world. Lin Ming watched as the hideous ghosts stumbled towards him. Their bodies were lean to the point of being gnawed by a pile of bones. Their limbs were short and their heads were grotesquely huge. Their mouths were twisted open, and he could see dense rows of sharp teeth with a long, red tongue hanging out as it unendingly dripped saliva. Whether it is hungry ghosts or blood demons, I'll kill you all the same. Lin Ming rushed towards the hungry ghost at the front, striking out with his spear. Cha. At this point, the absurd occurred. Lin Ming's spear hadn't been blocked and struck the hungry ghost without resistance, but the hungry ghost wasn't injured even a bit. Unharmed, it rushed towards Lin Ming. A claw swiped downwards. Lin Ming's eyes widened and he immediately launched the golden rock, shattering the void movement, instantly disappearing from where he stood and avoiding the dangerous blow. Physical damage immunity. Lin Ming suddenly understood. The hungry ghost itself was only a ghost, it wasn't a true corporeal entity. I see, so I'll have to use a martial skill to deal with them, and use the explosive force to scatter their soul. If a martial artist's martial skills weren't potent enough, then this trial would be truly bothersome. The truth was, Lin Ming belonged in the class of martial artists that didn't have mighty martial skills. It was just recently that he had accidentally created the Thunderfire Annihilation skill. However, using the Thunderfire Annihilation would sap 40% of Lin Ming's total true essence reserves. It wasn't something that he could casually use. But this didn't matter. Lin Ming still had his true essence manifestation ability, and he could also use the powers of thunder and flame. Lin Ming shook his spear, and a purple electric snake began to circle down the heavy profound soft spear's shaft, making a sizzling sound as it passed. Thunder had always been a power that was able to exorcise spirits and demons. Ghosts feared the sunlight, and were even more fearful of thunder. If a ghost was caught out in a thunderstorm, the thunderclap would scatter their wretched soul until it was beyond redemption. However, in the legends there also existed super ghosts of unimaginable strength that were able to withstand the destructive power of thunder. They would fly into the thunderclouds and use the power of thunder to temper out the impurities of their soul. This was the so-called heavenly tribulation. Once a ghost was able to pass through this trial by thunder, they would be able to produce pure yang from within themselves, and eventually construct a pure yang body that was no different from a living human. Of course, these hungry ghosts in front of Lin Ming were nowhere near that level. Kai. The electric snake spat out a bolt of lightning that struck a hungry ghost. In that instant, that hungry ghost's soul was scattered into the wind. A surge of pure soul energy streamed into Lin Ming's body. In the next moment, he felt that his soul force had grown. Millimeter? Soul strengthening? Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then he was jubilant. Before reaching the Xiantian realm, it was extremely difficult for one to cultivate soul force. Lin Ming had only done so by depending on the overbearing soul tactic and drawing inscriptions in order to augment his own soul force. However, that progress had been slow. Although Lin Ming's current soul force was much stronger than a martial artist at the same cultivation as him, it was still difficult to use that minimal soul force to draw up the body inscription symbol. That was why Lin Ming had barely managed to do so, and why each time after drawing the body inscription symbol, he had fallen into a deep slumber from overtaxing his soul force. I didn't imagine that the power of the hungry ghosts could strengthen one's soul force. That's really too rare. To an inscription master, soul force was of the utmost importance. Moreover, once one reached the Xiantian realm, they would also have to cultivate the soul. If he was able to build an early solid foundation for when he reached the Xiantian realm, then his future cultivation would inevitably proceed much more smoothly. Thinking this, Lin Ming's fighting spirit began to seethe with fervor. The thunder soul in his body also seemed to be infected by his zealousness as it rapidly spun around the heretical god seed. A thick bolt of twisting light emerged from Lin Ming's body. The crackling bright lightning was really shocking. Kill. The heavy profound soft spear turned into a flying purple dragon as it twisted in the air. Countless arcs of lightning spun around him, weaving a huge, expansive lightning grid. In such a storm of lightning, the hungry ghosts were like specks of snow within a raging firestorm. They rapidly melted and then evaporated in air. Their wailing howls lingered in the air. A stream of pure soul energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body, nourishing the soul in his spiritual sea. Lin Ming felt as if his consciousness had never been so clear before. Even the smallest change around him could not escape his perception. At this moment, a shrill and mournful ghostly cry sounded nearby. Lin Ming didn't even need to turn his head, his soul force had already locked onto the enemy. This purple-colored wraith had the shocking appearance of a beautiful woman. However, this wraith only had a head, it had no body. From far away, one could see that this giant head was dozens of feet wider. It floated in air like it was embedded within the dimly pale yellow sky. Endlessly long bone-white hair danced in the wind. Chapter 176 Witch Slave. Chapter 176 Witch Slave. Chapter 176 Witch Slave. The king of 100 hungry ghosts within the hungry ghost world. Lin Ming coldly snorted and suddenly broke forward with the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. One man and one spear, together they were like a bolt of lightning that flashed towards this giant woman's head. The beautiful woman's head issued a frighteningly sinister howl as it sent forth endless white hairs to kill Lin Ming. Every hair in the air transformed into a white snake that slithered towards Lin Ming. Come. Lin Ming gave a shout and suddenly flicked the heavy profound soft spear in his hands. An innumerable amount of purple electric charges burst into the night sky, forming a giant lightning weave that was even denser than the previous one. This dazzlingly bright lightning field shined so radiantly that one simply couldn't bear to stare at it. Kai kai kai. Under the fierce blow of this electrical purple field, the tens of thousands of white snakes dispersed in the air. The beautiful woman's head uttered an anguished wail as that once beautiful face contorted into a distorted mockery of beauty. She suddenly opened her mouth impossibly wide, her cherry lips parting to reveal rows upon rows of horrifyingly sharp white teeth. From beautiful to hideous, this change was simply too shocking. The giant head sinisterly shrieked, aimed towards Lin Ming, and bit down. Suffer defeat. Lin Ming gave a loud shot and giant arc of lightning several times larger than the last formed around the heavy profound soft spear and directly stabbed towards the giant head's open mouth. Cha. With the cacophonic sound of shattering bone, Lin Ming's spear pierced through that giant head. Countless electric lights were left behind on the giant head, twisting around the grim visage. Ah 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 ah. Discordantly shrill screams filled the skies, and the countless crows that flew in air imploded upon themselves as they burst into a massive rain of grotesque blood, flesh, and feathers that sprinkled onto the ground. What a strong sound wave. Lin Ming had covered his ears with true essence to protect them. He had already experienced the tiger-leopard thunderclap within Thunder Valley. These ear-splitting sound waves could be considered nothing to Lin Ming. The giant head dramatically twisted in the air as if it was being shredded from within, and then with a giant cracking sound, it suddenly burst into tens of thousands of tiny fragments. The fragments turned into little crystal lights that shimmered in the yellow sky. It was quite beautiful and elegant. After a period of time, These crystal sparks of light became a scintillating river of light that flowed towards Lin Ming. This gorgeous light was like a stream of liquid sunlight, infinitely beautiful. What good pure soul force! As Lin Ming absorbed this light, he could clearly feel that the soul in his body was like a small sapling that was being nourished by the spring rains, rapidly growing. There is simply too much soul force energy here, I cannot completely absorb it. The blood vitality is the same too. After this life and death smelting trial, I must go into seclusion for a period of time and properly absorb these energies. As Lin Ming thought this, that icily indifferent voice once again rang in his ears. Hungry ghost, past. Third trial, animals. With this sound, the scenery around Lin Ming changed once again. The dim yellow sky and the surging yellow springs completely vanished as endless wild grasslands appeared all around him. The dusky sky was filled with thick, dark clouds. However, no rain fell from these clouds. Under the vast cloudy sky, the grasslands were filled with a dark green moss, sparseland, as well giant clumps of black rock. This truly was a mottled dark world. At this moment, a low and deep beastly roar sounded in the distance. Not too far away, a horde of black shadows appeared. These shadows had a variety of characteristics. Some treaded the ground, some flew in the air, and all had different shapes. Lin Ming flourished the heavy profound soft spear and licked his crimson lips. So the enemy of the animal trial is simply vicious beasts. How kind. In all these years that I've been practicing martial arts, it's as if I've been constantly testing my strength against vicious beast. Roar. The roars of the vicious beasts were like the rumble of thunder. This horde of more than 100 vicious beasts overflowed with murderous intent as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Among them were giant cows 10 feet high, serpents that were 3 feet thick, and even strange-looking giant double-headed birds. Facing this aggressive beastly horde, Lin Ming did not dodge. Instead, he decided to kill his way through this horde. One man and one spear facing off against 100 beasts, this sight was simply completely disproportionate. However, Lin Ming's momentum did not falter. Instead, his aura was like a blazing inferno, soaring into the sky. Flood dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's foot thrust against the black rock ground and the heavy profound soft spear howled as it thrust out, covered with a dense flaming aura. An overwhelming energy filled the air as if it would blot out the sky, and Lin Ming's spear pierced through the body of a 100-foot snake. Ho! With this powerful impact, Lin Ming braced both his arms and the heavy profound soft spear curved like a crescent moon. The 1,000 jin snake was sent flying out by Lin Ming. As the serpent flew off, Lin Ming's momentum had reached an extreme. Total annihilation. Lin Ming's entire body flooded with a massive amount of true essence. His cast iron legs were like the roots of trees that dug into the earth. His body was steady, and his long spear was like a giant blazing flame that roared as it cut apart the atmosphere. The skill of inscription, astral spear, was activated, and the 9 feet 9 inch long spear extended to 20 feet. Puff! Puff! 2 vicious beasts were directly sent flying by Lin Ming. Violently vibrating true essence penetrated into their skulls and pulverized their brains. Like this, Lin Ming broke into that horde of beasts. With the support of his powerful blood vitality, his strength was like an inexhaustible well. Every time he moved his spear, a shower of blood flowed. In such a slaughter, Lin Ming felt a strange energy seep into his body, subtly changing him. His tendons became tougher, and his muscles became more solid and robust. The third trial is to enhance the strength of the body. Lin Ming was suddenly aware that the most formidable aspect of a vicious beast was their body. There were many vicious beasts that were extremely powerful, and their bodies were naturally the best weapon. Since Lin Ming cultivated the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his bodily strength was already extremely formidable. In addition to the first trial's augmentation of his blood vitality and now the third trial's enhancement of his body strength, Lin Ming felt that the power of his physical form was rapidly ascending to new heights. I think my strength may already surpass 10,000 jins. A strength of 10,000 jins was already a martial artist's limit. There were only some pulse condensation period martial artists that had inborn divine strength who had a possibility of having a strength that was over 10,000 jins. Once one stepped into the Hutian realm, their physical strength wouldn't increase by much. It was only their true essence that would become thicker and purer. Before, people had accidentally mistaken Lin Ming for having inborn divine strength because of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Now, he truly did have true inborn divine strength, and his physical body was now several times superior to Ta Ku. At this moment, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Yi was still waiting for Lin Ming. From the time that Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, 1 hour had already passed. Were the legends recorded within the ancient texts true? In the fabled Divine Kingdom, there was an infinite power contained therein. If one were to return from the Divine Kingdom, they would become the king of the southern wilderness. In the future, if he wished so, would he dominate the entire southern wilderness? Yi's thoughts were complex. All the young girls of the southern wilderness admired and revered heroes. Naturally, Yi was no exception. However, once she remembered the hatred she bore on her shoulders for her parents and her master, Yi submerged this childish feeling within herself, and silently waited for Lin Ming to return. I remember, there is a chamber of ancient texts within the Sorcerer Holy Land. Maybe I can find some records of the Divine Kingdom in there. Thinking this, Yi took a candlestick off of a nearby wall, lit it, and slowly made her way towards the ancient library. Yi was still young. She wasn't entirely clear on the many legends that were passed down by the sorcerer. The land was filled with broken bones and the stumps of severed limbs. The earth was dyed crimson with blood. Lin Ming held the heavy profound soft spear lightly gripped in his arms. In front of him, the last vicious beast twitched in the final throes of its life. The strange energy once again converged on Lin Ming's body, and he could already the popping sounds as his skeleton, flesh and muscles were being subtly transformed from within. What an amazingly mysterious life and death-smelting trial. It can actually change my body and strengthen my soul, blood vitality, and even body strength. This is equivalent to completely reshaping the foundation of my body. Even if someone had a bad cultivation foundation, after going through such a transformation, they would also become a genius. The sorcerer who created the life and death smelting trial is truly a remarkable person. I wonder what realm of power the sorcerer managed to attain. Could he be as fierce as the saintess of the verdant feather sacred lands? At this time, that cold voice sounded again. Animal trial. Past. 4th trial, the witch slave. The scenery transformed once again. That dark barren wasteland disappeared and Lin Ming appeared in a circular area. The floor was made of dirty old bricks and the ground was covered with some dark red splotches that appeared to be leftover blood drops. Battle arena? This scene is actually a refreshing change of pace. As Lin Ming thought aloud to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of metal being torn apart. He turned around to look, and saw that the iron fence of the arena was being savagely torn apart by a massive black monster. The black humanoid monster was 30 feet tall and its skin was a viscous purple color that glowed with a metallic luster. Its 2 humongous arms were thicker than a man's waist, and a thick dark steel hoop was warped around its wrist. The hoop was covered with sharp iron spikes. It looked to weigh no less than 1,000 jins. This black monster had 2 heads. One ferocious-looking head had a 3-foot-long horn jutting out, and the other had tusks half a foot long sticking out from its warped grin. All of the muscles of its body were solid like granite, and its chest and waist were wrapped by thick heavy chains the size of a grown man's arm. This is the witch slave. Lin Ming could clearly feel a serious pressure weighing down on him as he stood in front of this giant monster. Although this time there was only one enemy, Lin Ming had a hunch that this 4th trial was much more difficult than the first 3. Roar. The witch slave let loose an earth-shaking roar. Its several thousand jin body jumped upwards, and the ground beneath it collapsed like an avalanche. Then, like a falling meteor, it pounded down towards Lin Ming. Bang! Rocks flew about. Lin Ming leapt upwards. Although his strength had grown, he knew with absolute certainty that there was no way he would be able to use brute force against this disastrous beast. True essence manifestation. Lin Ming flicked his spear, and true essence congealed into reality as it fell down in torrents upon the witch slave. However, Lin Ming hadn't expected the witch slave to have such a terrifyingly strong defensive power. Under the dense waves of Lin Ming's true essence attack, the monster was unharmed. Flow like silk. The countless tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to resonate on the same frequency as they adjusted their breathing together, and his true essence began to intensely vibrate. This vibrating true essence could ignore defense and directly transmit into an opponent's body and ravage their insides. It was an overwhelmingly domineering ability. However, Lin Ming didn't expect that the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments would submerge into the witch slave's body and vanish without a trace. The witch slave only trembled for several moments, and then felt nothing else. Chapter 177 Legend of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 177 Legend of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 177 Legend of the Divine Kingdom. What? Is this for real? Lin Ming was shocked. This was the first time that his flow like silk had been resisted. The witch slave had actually devoured all of the flow like silk filaments. This proved that the defensive power of its organs, skeleton, muscles, and skin were on a completely terrifying level. It really is a monster. Because of that flow like silk attack a moment ago, the witch slave seemed to be mad with anger. It drew out the large, thick chains that wound around its body and slashed down at Lin Ming. The long chain was just like a black flood dragon. With a roaring power, it heavily smashed upon the ground. Bang! Countless rocks were sent flying into the area. That attack had even created a giant pit in the huge arena. This witch slave's strength was simply difficult to imagine. Lin Ming had already avoided the attack earlier using the golden rock shattering the void movement ability. As soon as the witch slave missed, it flicked its arm and gathered the chain before firing it at Lin Ming once again. Power of thunder. Lin Ming's silver spear shined with a purple arc of lightning. The spear point met the chain, and that lightning arc was like a fierce purple snake that threaded up the chain and directly plunged into the witch slave. Cha. The witch slave was struck by the lightning. Countless arcs of electricity crackled on its body, and its purple skin charred a bit. However, it had only been burnt a little. Once the power of thunder disappeared, the witch slave bellowed, brandished the chains, and attacked again. This time Lin Ming was left completely speechless. He was simply dumbfounded by the witch slave's amazing defensive power. Not only could it defend against true essence manifestation combined with flow like silk, but it could also resist lightning attacks. With such a prodigious defensive power, perhaps even opening the heretical god force would be useless. Did he really have to use his last resort, Thunderfire Annihilation? As Lin Ming avoided the chain attacks, his mind began racing with thoughts. This is the fourth trial. If I use Thunderfire Annihilation now, then how will I cross the next three? But if I don't use Thunderfire Annihilation, then none of my other attack methods will work against this monster. This fellow's defensive power is simply too abnormal. Fortunately, only its defensive capabilities are unbelievable. Its attack patterns are very simple and predictable, and its speed is also slow. There's no point in dragging this one. Once I open the heretical god force, I'll be able to know if it even has any effect. However, once I use up the compressed true essence of the heretical god force, then it will take a long time to restore. I might as well use Thunderfire Annihilation to kill it now. As for the later trials, if my strength is not enough, then there's nothing left to say. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Flashes of lightning began to flitter on his long spear, and a lotus of flame sparked into life. As the thunder and fire intersected, there was a terrifying explosive sound as if an unstoppable tide was approaching. Lin Ming shouted, and thrust out his spear towards the witch slave. The roar of flame and thunder swallowed every other sound. An incomparably keen true essence flashed out like a bolt of white light as it tore through space. Thunder and fire interwove into a brilliant sphere of red and purple light that flew forwards like a blazing meteor. The witch slave bellowed and waved its chains to attack the glowing ball of thunder and fire. Bang! There was a earth-shattering sound just like a clap of thunder. The brilliant light was like 10,000 golden swords that shot out in all directions. Countless rocks were sent scattering into the air. The arena had turned into a giant pit. The arm that the witch slave had raised was now completely broken, and blood spewed from it like an endless crimson fountain. It cried out with a muffled roar, its enormous body trembling. Its chest was soaked with blood even as more blood sputtered out endlessly from its body. It's still alive. Lin Ming was shocked. This was definitely the most durable being that he had ever encountered so far. Die. Lin Ming's feet tread the ground and his body flew forth like an arrow. Under the effects of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed had reached the pinnacle. Puff. The spear pierced into the wound on the witch slave's chest that had been opened by the Thunderfire annihilation attack. The spear finally managed to break through the torn flesh. Flow like silk erupted within the monster and rushed towards the heart of the witch slave. With a new injury added to the old, the witch slave gave one final roar as it unwillingly went down. Its corpse rapidly dissolved, turning into a green energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. Millimeter. This energy is. Lin Ming felt that the green energy was extremely oppressive and tyrannical. Before, whether it was the energy of blood vitality from the blood demon or the soul force from the hungry ghost, or even the vicious beast's energy that was able to transform the strength of a human's body, it was all very gently and effortlessly absorbed. But this green energy was extremely savage. It brutally rampaged through his body, and sent waves of agonizing pain rolling through its path. Lin Ming's forehead began to drip with large beads of sweat. Dense crackling sounds resounding within his body, as if the bones of his skeleton were striking each other. Hearing this, even Lin Ming was feeling a bit fearful. At this moment, the space in front of Lin Ming began to distort, and Yang Mo appeared. Yang Mo looked at Lin Ming and said without any emotion, "Congratulations. In this smelting trial, you are the first martial artist in the last 6,000 years to pass the trial of the witch slave. You do not need to fear. This energy has simply been saved up for too long, a full 6 millennia of time. Therefore, it is a bit overbearing. It will only transform your body, it will not bring you harm." 6 millennia? Lin Ming found it difficult to speak through the pain. Yes. 6,000 years ago there was a man named Qin Yu that was able to pass the 4th level of the smelting trial. However, he was defeated in the 5th level, the mortal trial. After he went back, he founded a vast empire in the southern wilderness, and was called the Feather Emperor by the people of the south. Right, so it had already been 6,000 years since someone managed to pass through the witch slave trial. This wasn't too surprising. It was only because he had accidentally comprehended the Thunderfire annihilation skill that he would have such an abnormal striking power. A normal martial artist would never be able to get past the freakish defensive capabilities of the witch slave. Slowly, Lin Ming found that the green energy had fused into his skeleton. His skeleton had become denser, and his muscles had become tougher. The physical defense had experienced a crazy increase in power. Before now, Lin Ming's body strength was formidable. However, that did not mean that his defensive power was similarly formidable. For instance, an iron-armored cow could easily break steel plate, and if a sharp axe were to fall on their body, it wouldn't leave any damage. If Lin Ming wanted to fend off a sword with just his bare hand, he could only rely upon his flow-like silk technique to vibrate the weapon and send it flying away. If his fist really did meet the blade of a sword, then his hand would simply be split in two. But now, Lin Ming had absorbed the green energy which had augmented his body, and he felt his body grow more solid, and his defensive capabilities increased. Now if he faced a martial artist on the level of Zhong Kang, Lin Ming believed that he wouldn't even need to use true essence, he could simply use his own bare hand to stop the other's attacks. As Lin Ming unceasingly integrated with the green energy, the aching pain he felt gradually weakened. Lin Ming's entire body was covered in sweat, and mixed within the sweat were black, oily drops. These were clearly the impurities that were in Lin Ming's body. In the past, Lin Ming had taken the golden deer pills to temper his body. However, that was only the lowest level of medicine used to temper one's body. It naturally wasn't able to be compared to something so fantastic like this green energy. After his muscles and marrows were purified, Lin Ming collapsed to the ground. Yang Mo said, "After passing the 4th trial, From here on out, you will have 3 hours of rest between each trial. You may use that period of time to restore your body to its best condition. I wish you good luck, smelting trial human. As Yang Mo said this, its body began to twist in space as it gradually faded away. Lin Ming exhaled one long breath and plopped down on the ground. Luckily, he had time to rest. 3 hours should be enough. At this time, outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Yi was standing within the library of the Sorcerer Holy Land. She held an ancient volume within her hands. Not too far away, slowly burning candles flickered as they emitted a faint yellow light. The Sorcerer Holy Land was a massive underground mausoleum. It also had a special library. Yi had taken her lit candle and searched the library for a long time, and finally found a record of the legendary Divine Kingdom on a yellowed sheepskin manuscript. Because the manuscript was simply too ancient, the pages were already worn down, and the threads binding them were rotted. The pages could easily be broken apart. Yi carefully skimmed through the notes in that ancient manuscript, and finally found a detailed record of the Divine Kingdom. This record was from 1,500 years ago, and was written by a peerless powerhouse of the southern wilderness named Na Yanda. 1,500 years ago, not even the Na tribe had been founded. The page in Na's hands was only a handwritten copy. Still, even if it were a handwritten copy, it was 700 or 800 years old. Na Yanda was a sorcerer. He left behind countless illustrious achievements in the history of the southern wilderness, along with countless legends and tales. He had founded the giant Negu tribe, and to this day, that tribe was one of the top 10 most powerful tribes within the southern wilderness. At the time, the southern wilderness was under the leadership of Na Yanda. They had invaded the north and caused numerous nations to submit. The southern wilderness had experienced one of its most prosperous times in millennia. It was said that Na Yanda had reached the limit of the Xiantian realm, or might have even gone higher. For those reasons, Na Yanda was considered one of the ancient heroes of the southern wilderness, and was worshipped and respected by many people. Even Yi had heard of Na Yanda's glorious tales as a child. Towards the stories of this legendary figure, she had been filled with yearning. Na Yanda had recorded the complete process of his entry into the Sorcerer Pagoda. He wrote that he had rushed upwards, but had been chosen by the sorcerer, and then sent to the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom had 7 levels. The first level was a blood-red hell, the second was a land of gloomy yellow ghosts, the third was a world savage vicious beasts, and the fourth was an arena of the witch slave. As for the last several, Na Yanda hadn't seen them. Na Yanda saw the god of the witch eye within that bloody hell. The god of the witch eye had given him 7 tests, and each level of the Divine Kingdom corresponded to a test. However, Na Yanda had only been able to complete 3 trials, and was defeated at the 4th. Therefore, Na Yanda had only reached the 4th level. In the writings, it also said that the difficulty of these 7 tests was much higher than the Sorcerer Pagoda. In particular, from the 4th, the difficulty would increase each time. Even the child of a god or a demon would be unable to do anything in the face of such a trial. Even the Feather Emperor from 6,000 years ago had only barely completed the 4th trial. As he went to the 5th, he was also defeated. Seeing this, Na was surprised. The Feather Emperor of the southern wilderness had once dominated the entire land 6,000 years ago, and had founded a vast empire. The Feather Emperor's strength was immeasurably deep, and was said to have surpassed the Xiantian realm. At that time, the Feather Emperor had created the faith of the sorcerer. The faith had been equal to a grade 3 sect. It was not inferior compared to the 7 profound valleys of the north. One could only imagine the prosperity that the southern wilderness had achieved during this time. Even His Majesty the Feather Emperor could not pass through the 5th trial. The Divine Kingdom's trials are simply too difficult. Is there even any significance in the 6th or 7th trial? Chapter 178, True Essence Bone Forging. Chapter 178, True Essence Bone Forging. Chapter title is a spoiler, highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. To those living within the southern wilderness, the Feather Emperor was the equivalent of a second god. he was only second to the belief in the sorcerer. There were many followers of the faith that stubbornly believed the Feather Emperor hadn't yet died. Instead, he had soared into the heavens to join the sorcerer. In Nai's opinion, if even the Feather Emperor could not pass the 5th trial, and the 6th and 7th trials were even more difficult, then they had no value at all. Who could possibly overcome them? Time passed 1 minute and 1 second at a time. Lin Ming pulled out a true essence stone and revolved the true primal chaos formula to slowly recover his true essence. The power of thunder and flame that he had consumed to use thunder-fire annihilation was also slowly being restored. Because Lin Ming had an extremely formidable blood vitality, his current ability to recover was far above a normal martial artist. In just half an hour, he had been completely restored to his top condition. Start the 5th trial. Lin Ming shouted to Yang Mo, who had since disappeared. Good. Then it shall be as you wish. This 5th trial, the mortal world, has not been passed for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Lin Ming didn't think this was too unusual. Since nobody had passed the last trial in 6,000 years, then it would be normal if no one passed this trial in the last 10,000 years. The surrounding space began to darken. Lin Ming arrived at a vast empty space that did not contain a single thing. Underneath him was the endless earth, and above him, the twinkling bright stars shining in the sky. Around Lin Ming, there were 18 shades. These were human martial artists. They wore black clothes, and carried a variety of weapons. There were swords, sabers, spears, staffs, and so on. It could be said that every weapon was collected in these 18 shades. As Lin Ming noticed the cultivation of these martial artists, his heart suddenly sank. Among these 18 individuals, 12 were at the peak bone forging stage, and 6 were at the pulse condensation period. How could he confront this? Lin Ming was speechless. No wonder no one had passed through this trial in the last 10,000 years. Of the 6 pulse condensation period martial artists, 5 were at the early pulse condensation period, and there was even 1 at the middle pulse condensation period. Of the 12 peak bone forging stage martial artists, every single one of them was a half step into the pulse condensation period. Each one was much more powerful than the monkey-faced man and bald man. Lin Ming could not help but wonder if there could be found a 15-year-old youth in the entire Sky Spill continent that was so abnormal as to be able to defeat 18 of these martial artists at once. Were there really people that were able to pass this sort of trial? Listening to Yang Mo, it seemed that 10,000 years ago there really was someone that had passed through this hurdle. Simply incredible. From the 3rd to the 4th trial, the difficulty had already dramatically risen by a large amount. If it wasn't for Thunderfire Annihilation, then it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to break past the 4th trial. He didn't expect that in the 5th trial, the difficulty would once again dramatically rise. If it was like this, then how could one possibly pass the 6th and 7th trials? The difficulty of this life and death smelting trial is just too abnormal. Before I entered the life and death smelting trial, I could barely cope with a pulse condensation period martial artist. Now, there are actually 6 of them, and there is even 1 at the middle pulse condensation period. There are also the 12 bone forging stage martial artists to pin me down. They really do think highly of me. Lin Ming gripped the heavy profound soft spear horizontally, and let true essence revolve within his entire body. Although he had little hope he could overcome this trial, he would still try to break through with everything he had. This life and death smelting array is a true killing array. I must be cautious. If I lose, I must give up. Otherwise, if I lose focus, I might really die here. Facing so many masters on all sides, Lin Ming did not dare to do like before and directly rush into the enemy like a tiger in a flock of sheep. If he did that now, it would simply be suicide. Whoosh! A martial artist holding a long staff had already attacked Lin Ming. The staff was already sweeping towards Lin Ming's knees. At the same time, another martial artist armed with a brilliantly snow-white saber stepped forwards. They had already sealed off all of Lin Ming's possible evasive routes. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming launched into his movement ability and threaded through the 2 martial artists' attacks like a fish. Although he was able to block these 2 attacks, he dared not fight here, otherwise he could be caught up in the battle and become trapped in the encirclement. His body formed a series of illusory images, his speed reaching an incredible degree. He survived 4 attacks in a row, and then, like a ghost, he appeared behind a martial artist that was using a meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was a rarely used weapon. It was suitable for long-range attacks, but in close combat, it would be constrained and restrict movement. Therefore, Lin Ming had chosen this martial artist as his first target. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's spear thrust out. The meteor hammer-wielding martial artist was only at the peak bone forging stage, but his response was very quick. The martial artist had flicked his hand, and the meteor hammer tied its chain around the heavy profound soft spear. Catcher. The sturdy chains had already wrapped around the spearpoint of the heavy profound soft spear, miring it in place. If Lin Ming's weapon was even caught for just the time it took for a few blinks, then Lin Ming would face simultaneous attacks from 18 martial artists at once. He could only abandon his weapon, otherwise there was no way he would be able to dodge. At this point, Lin Ming grinned. A thick arc of lightning jumped out and sped down the metal chain towards the meteor hammer-wielding martial artist. Zizizi. The meteor hammer martial artist was electrocuted by the attack, and his entire body was paralyzed. Lin Ming seized this opportunity, and with one shout, his strength of 10,000 jins erupted at once. His right hand gripped the base of the heavy profound soft spear, swung the chain open, and thrust a fierce attack towards the meteor hammer martial artist, stabbing his throat. Puff! One spear had severed the throat. Having killed the peak bone forging martial artist in a single stroke, Lin Ming did not dare to pause and pulled out his spear to retreat backwards. Whiz! A halberd with the thickness of a baby's arm slammed into the spot where Lin Ming had just been. A loud explosion occurred, and the rocky ground where he stood had collapsed. This was the attack from the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming broke out into an anxious cold sweat. This was a true killing array. If he had even been half an eye blink late a moment ago, then he would have already been left with only half his life. The subsequent instant attacks from the other martial artists wouldn't have even given him the chance to give up within the smelting trial. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt an extremely pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy surge into his body. With this heaven and earth origin energy, Lin Ming's true essence reached a critical point that allowed him to break through the limit and officially step into the peak-altering muscle stay. Millimeter. This mortal world increases true essence and cultivation. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Before, in the worlds of hell, hungry ghost, animals, or even the witch slave, none of them were able to directly increase his cultivation. They gave such bonuses like augmenting blood vitality and soul force. Although it would be of great advantage to Lin Ming's future cultivation efforts, it was not able to greatly boost his immediate combat prowess. Rather than increase his cultivation from one stage to the next, it had been a qualitative change in his body. I've only killed one and yet I reached the peak-altering muscle stage. If I kill them all, then just how far will my power increase? Lin Ming's heart rallied with a sharply rising fighting spirit. I'll kill the bone-forging stage ones first, and then those at the pulse condensation period. After reaching the peak-altering muscle stage, Lin Ming's strength had drastically risen, and his speed was also higher. Now, with the power of golden rock shattering the void at his back, his body was just like a passing ghost. Not even the attacks of a bone-forging stage martial artist could injure him. It could be said that golden rock shattering the void was the trump card that Lin Ming relied on in this trial. Otherwise, if he fell into an encirclement of martial artists, he would immediately be defeated. Because of his extreme agility, Lin Ming launched into pseudo-guerrilla warfare, and the debilitating power of thunder attached to his heavy profound soft spear was the murder weapon. If a martial artist and Lin Ming were similar in strength, then a touch of this electrical force was enough to paralyze them for just a moment. However, in a battle between masters, that moment of paralysis was enough to spell their doom. Puff! Lin Ming swept his spear and took off a bone-forging stage martial artist's head. The true essence within his body rose by another level. The limit of altering muscle. Lin Ming was jubilant. He had only just broken through to the altering muscle stage a little more than a month ago, and now he had already taken strides towards the bone-forging stage. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if his entire body had fallen into some quagmire. Every movement he took seemed to be affected by some strange invisible traction, slowing him. He turned and saw that the middle pulse condensation period martial artist that wielded a halberd had stuck that halberd into the ground. Thick true essence condensed within his body and unceasingly fluctuated from him. Gravity manipulation? Lin Ming had just thought of this, when the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist flashed behind him, sword striking. The deep blue sword wind sliced at Lin Ming. Damn! Lin Ming lifted his spear to block, but that sword wind was too relentlessly sharp. Even though some was blocked, some of the sword wind had passed the spear shaft and cut into Lin Ming's body. Cha. Lin Ming's upper clothing was torn apart, revealing the purple-gold flexible armor underneath. Potent true essence broke through that flexible armor and mercilessly stabbed at Lin Ming's organs. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and was set flying back. He quickly stabilized himself and probed his body, actually taken aback by what he found. Hey! Nothing's wrong. Although there was a slight aching feeling, his internal organs hadn't suffered any injury. The defensive power of his body was so incredible that even Lin Ming found it hard to believe. At the fourth trial when I killed the witch slave, its energy truly changed my body in an abnormal manner. That was an attack from a pulse condensation period master. Even if it's just the sword wind, it should be enough to kill a normal altering muscle stage martial artist, yet I was able to resist it and also wasn't injured. The sword-wielding martial artist was only a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy. He did not understand emotions such as surprise. Once he saw that his strike had no effect, he raised his sword to attack again. Lin Ming would naturally not fight with him. His body flashed as he displayed golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly appeared behind two peak bone forging stage martial artists. Kai. Two heads flew. Two martial artists were killed. After Lin Ming had reached the limit of altering muscle, killing peak bone forging martial artists was nothing but an easy task. Two pure energies poured into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming began to tremble, feeling his entire skeleton go numb as if something had gotten into his bones. His skeleton had become more dense and resilient. True essence enters the bones, bone forging stage. At this moment, Lin Ming had officially stepped into the bone forging stage. Incomparably powerful true essence poured into all of his limbs and bones and spread throughout his body. Lin Ming felt his strength soaring into the sky. He felt as if something had lit within his body, and endless amounts of blood began to surge within him. Seeing that sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist send a slash of sword wind at him, Lin Ming let out a shout and thrust out his spear. Flow like silk. Bang! 5,000 vibrating true essence threads erupted outwards, each one several times thicker than in the past. In the face of such compelling true essence, that pulse condensation period's sword wind was torn apart. Chapter 179 3 Astonishing Treasures. Chapter 179 3 Astonishing Treasures. Chapter 179 3 Astonishing Treasures. Die. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his long spear was like a winding venomous serpent, flowers in the storm. Ding 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 ding. In that moment, Lin Ming exchanged a legion of blows against the phantom martial artist. In a collision of sword and spear, Lin Ming's strikes weren't any slower. Power of thunder. The sound of crackling electricity sizzled in the air. A thick bolt of purple lightning flashed down and stunned the sword-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist until his whole was numb. Lin Ming raised his spear and stabbed out again, but at this time, the halberd-wielding martial artist struck too. Clang! Lin Ming used his spear to meet the halberd, and the two pole weapons intersected. The 9-foot 9-inch heavy profound soft spear roughly defended against the thick halberd. That strike had contained the full strength of the middle pulse condensation period martial artist, and yet it had been fended off by Lin Ming. You're done. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. A large quantity of thunder and fire fused into one, and a small electric fireball the size of a head appeared on the heavy profound soft spear. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang! The force of the highly compressed thunder and flame erupted at once in a ruinous explosion. 10,000 gleaming blades of golden light pierced through the jet-black night sky, and an incomparably powerful airwave scattered in all directions. Several nearby phantom martial artists were sent flying out. The halberd-wielding middle pulse condensation period martial artist was completely enveloped in the destructive power of the savage explosion. All his organs shattered to bits and he immediately died on the spot. Under the suppression of so many martial artists surrounding him, Lin Ming had used a single move to kill the middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming was a bit stunned himself. Unknowingly, his battle prowess had actually risen to this degree. A pure and potent heaven and earth origin energy several times thicker than before flowed into Lin Ming's body. All of the true essence within Lin Ming's body was nourished by this heaven and earth origin energy as it flowed into his bones and muscles. Lin Ming had just entered the bone forging stage, and yet his cultivation had already been consolidated. Lin Ming was surprised. At this rate, it might even be possible for his cultivation to soar to the peak of bone forging. When that happened, just how far would his combat prowess rise? Now that he had killed the strongest martial artist here, the strange gravitational pull that was hindering his movements was released. Along with Lin Ming's enhanced strength and the dwindling number of enemies, the pressure he faced was greatly reduced. He no longer needed to flit around the edges and engage in diversionary tactics. Now he could directly storm into the group of enemies. The peak bone forging martial artists were no longer a threat to him. With a sweep of the heavy profound soft spear, several bone forging martial artists were violently killed. As the number of enemies decreased, Lin Ming only grew stronger. In only half an incense stick of time, more than a dozen corpses littered the ground. In front of Lin Ming, there were only 4 pulse condensation period martial artists left, but his cultivation had already reached the large success of bone forging. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even the early pulse condensation period martial artists had stopped being Lin Ming's opponent. In a single breath, he mowed down the 4 remaining martial artists, and Lin Ming's cultivation reached the peak of bone forging. Peak bone forging. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He felt as if his entire body was filled with a formidable energy. He was stronger than he had ever been. During this 5th trial, Lin Ming's strength had risen by an unbelievable amount. Even he felt that it was a surreal experience. If it wasn't for his strength having experienced such a sudden increase, there was no way he could have passed this trial. If the 6th trial also enhanced his cultivation, he could achieve the pulse condensation period, or even large success of pulse condensation. However, the possibility of this wasn't high. This method of absorbing massive amounts of extremely pure heaven and earth origin energy to rapidly raise one's strength was similar to eating rare and valuable materials. One couldn't infinitely increase their cultivation, otherwise it would become extremely unstable. At this moment, Yang Mo appeared. It gazed at Lin Ming for a moment before saying, "Congratulations. For the last 19,000 years of the life and death smelting trial, you are the most talented youth that I have seen. I look forward to seeing if you will pass the 6th trial. Since ancient times, no one has ever managed to do this. You have 3 hours to restore your strength." "No one's ever passed since ancient times?" Lin Ming frowned. If no one's ever passed the 6th level, then wouldn't the 7th simply be ridiculously outrageous? Didn't Senior Sorcerer set the difficulty for this too high? Yang Mo replied, "This arrangement was decided upon by the Master. I have no right to comment on the process and rules that Master has chosen. It is possible that Master overestimated the talent of those within the southern wilderness. Master may also have deliberately done so. The Sorcerer Pagoda will continue to exist for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Just because no one has managed to pass through the 6th level in these last 19,000 years does not imply that there will not be the most outstanding geniuses in the future that will seize the opportunity. I am afraid that this is the wish of Master. Master has left behind 3 gifts as rewards for those who complete the life and death smelting trial. When a treasure is gone, there will be 1 less. If the difficulty was too low, then they would have already been taken by now." Lin Ming asked, "In these last 19,000 years, how many people have participated in the life and death smelting trial?" And where did they end up? Yang Mo said, "There have been 32 individuals that have entered the life and death smelting trial so far. 3 people were stopped at the animal trial, 26 were halted by the witch slave. Of these 29 people, 7 have died. Only 3 have managed to pass through the witch slave trial, and only 1 person has managed to defeat the mortal trial. Now, you are the second. I hope that you will complete the full smelting trial and receive one of the 3 treasures that were left behind by Master. Complete all the trials." Lin Ming took a deep breath. To be honest, he didn't have any assurances that he would pass once he experienced the 4th trial. Starting from there, the difficulty had simply risen too fast and dramatically. If it wasn't for his cultivation abruptly rising in the 5th trial, then he would never have arrived here. "What are those 3 treasures? May I take a look?" Lin Ming politely asked. "You may." Yang Mo did not hide anything from Lin Ming. In fact, he would have had to show these 3 treasures to Lin Ming and let him choose one of them. With a thought from Yang Mo, the space in front of him began to distort, and 3 treasures appeared before Lin Ming. Of these 3 treasures, the first was a dark golden-colored scroll. It was a foot wide, with 2 axles that were made from some sort of ancient animal bones. The surfaces of the axles were smooth like silk, and the scroll was thickly rolled. Just from looking at it, one could sense a vast and endlessly ancient air rushing forth. The second was a deep, crimson-colored quartz crystal. In the center of this quartz was sealed a small, scarlet filament, as if it was being held within. The quartz was a type of mineral crystal that contained a needle-like material inside. It was different in shape and form, and because it formed a hair inside, it was quartz, and was more common than regular crystals. However, what was strange was that in normal quartz, the strip inside the crystal would be still. However, the filament inside of this quartz seemed to be slowly moving as it hovered inside the quartz, not unlike a small snake. It was like the interior of that red quartz was liquid. It was simply a very magical and mysterious phenomenon. The third was a milky white jade bottle covered with beautiful patterns. Although Lin Ming didn't know what was inside of the jade bottle, just watching it made Lin Ming feel somewhat scared. It seemed as if that jade bottle contained some profound mysterious or the highest order. If one looked for too long, they would be lost within it. Of these 3 treasures, Lin Ming couldn't help but find himself short of breath. He had thought that the sorcerer might have left behind some sort of godly weapon, but he didn't think that the sorcerer would have left behind 3 items which he couldn't discern the use of. Although he didn't know what these 3 treasures were, just by feeling the faint aura that they emitted, Lin Ming could tell that they were incomparably extraordinary items. Lin Ming's heart quickened. He wished that he could take all 3 treasures for himself. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, and the premise behind that was to pass the 7th level. "What sort of uses do these treasures have?" Lin Ming asked. If he could only choose one, then he had to ascertain their function and carefully consider them. But he hadn't expected Yang Mo to say, "I'm sorry, but I cannot specially explain or show you the use or effect of these treasures. This is because the values of these treasures are not the same. To ensure the fairness of the Sorcerer Pagoda's smelting trial, you will have to choose yourself." "The values aren't the same?" Lin Ming frowned. It seemed he could only rely on his luck. Which one was the most valuable? Of the 3 treasures, each one seemed to be a peerless ancient treasure. However, Lin Ming had already eliminated the possibility of choosing the dark gold ancient scroll. This scroll was most likely a record of some cultivation method or martial skill, or even a manuscript of alchemy or refining techniques. It might even be the cultivation method that the sorcerer practiced himself, which he sorted out to hand down to the future generations. Of course, a top cultivation was certainly precious. To a martial artist, it could even be considered the vital aspect of their martial arts foundation. However, Lin Ming already had many of these sorts of things, and in the future he would also receive many new ones. Because of this, Lin Ming did not wish for the sorcerer's cultivation method. What was left over was the patterned jade bottle and that quartz with the red filament sealed inside. Of these 2 treasures, which was more precious? Lin Ming guessed that there was some sort of miraculous elixir inside of the jade bottle. Most elixirs were used to increase one's cultivation, and there were even a few that could improve one's physical strength or temper the body and so on. As for the red quartz, he had absolutely no idea what that was or what its use was. He experimentally probed with his soul force, but found that his soul force simply could not penetrate into the red quartz. It was as if there was another world inside of that red quartz. Lin Ming could not tell if that red filament was a living being or something dead. What could that red filament be? If it's a live creature, could it be a contract beast or smart beast? And what would that even be used for? If it's just an inanimate object, could it be a precious material that is used to refine artifacts or treasures? Or, could it be eaten and used to increase one's cultivation? As Lin Ming looked at that red quartz, he had a suddenly intense impulse to choose it, to see just what use it had. Yang Mo did not urge Lin Ming to do anything. He merely stood aside, quietly suspended in the air, despite Lin Ming constantly probing the three treasures with his soul force. After a quarter-hour had passed, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and finally came to a decision. I choose the red quartz. In the end, he had not been able to resist that intense urge that had grown within his heart. Although miracle medicines were good, Lin Ming's current body condition was already very good, and in the future he would most likely have more opportunities to obtain treasures that could improve his physique. As for cultivation enhancements, as long as he diligently practiced, then it would be the same as accumulating his cultivation through the years. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. As for the red quartz, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he had an intense foreboding feeling that if he were to miss this opportunity to choose it, then he would never be able to obtain it again. Therefore Lin Ming gave up the relatively safe route of choosing pills, and instead chose the red quartz. As you wish. With a thought by Yang Mo, the other two treasures were taken away, and only the red quartz with that crimson filament inside remained. Smelting trial human, the treasure you have chosen of the three is the most precious, and was also the most difficult to obtain. Since you chose this treasure, then you will receive no additional rewards from the 6th level, the Divine Envoy trial. In other words, if you cannot break through the 7th level, then you will receive nothing more than what you have already obtained at the 5th level and below. As Yang Mo spoke, Lin Ming had started to become unbearably excited until it reached cloud 9. But as he continued, Lin Ming's mood plunged to rock bottom. This gamble was simply too high. If he was unable to pass through the 7th level, then it would simply be the same as trying to fetch water with a bamboo net. Lin Ming had been counting on receiving some sort of power from the 6th level. Even if it wasn't something that increased his cultivation, it might be some other form of strength. He had felt that he had a slight chance to pass the 7th level, but now that hope had evaporated. He had to pass the 7th floor in a single go. Yang Mo had already vanished after speaking. Lin Ming didn't waste any time. He immediately sat down with legs crossed, pulled out a true essence stone, and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. This time, his recovery time was much longer. Before he attempted the 6th floor, he had to restore his strength to its peak condition and adjust his mental state to its maximum. In the last 19,000 years, there hadn't been a single person that came to the Sorcerer Pagoda who was able to pass the 6th level. Outside of the Sorcerer Pagoda, Na Yi had already been waiting a very long time. Na Shui was off in a corner, asleep. She was just like a cat that was curled up in a corner of the chamber, covered from head to toe by Na Yi's coat. Na Yi estimated that it should be early morning, nearing dawn. Yet nothing happened within the Sorcerer Pagoda. This caused Na Yi to feel somewhat distressed. Had he really entered into the Divine Kingdom? Why was he in the Divine Kingdom for such a long time? Was there some accident that had occurred? In the records of Na Yanda, he hadn't specified how long he had been inside of the Divine Kingdom. But, according to the entries before and after he entered, and the descriptions of the surrounding environment and when he had lunch and dinner, Na Yi was able to roughly estimate that he had stayed within the Divine Kingdom for 1 or 2 hours. But Lin Ming had been inside for at least 4 or 5 hours. What caused Na Yi to feel the most anxious was that Na Yanda had recorded that of those who entered the Divine Kingdom, if their strength was insufficient or they were incompetent, then they could die. Nae instantly clutched her chest as she felt her heart tighten. There were several times that she had wanted to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda to investigate, but she had refrained from doing so. After all, everyone only had one chance to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda, and now was not the best time for her. And most importantly, it was simply useless even if she did enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. Her strength was just too far from Lin Ming's. Nae fretfully rubbed her forehead. She groped the rough sheepskin pages in her hands, restless. "Big sister," Na Shui's sleepy voice called out from behind. Ah Shui, you're awake. "Big sister, what time is it?" Na Shui said as she yawned and stretched. After an evening of sleeping on the rough stone floor, her back was sore. Luckily for her, she was a martial artist. If she was just a normal little girl that had slept on such a floor for the evening, her back would already be bruised black and blue. "I'm not sure. It should be just before dawn." "Oh. Big brother Mo still hasn't come out?" "No," Nae sighed. "Big sister, do you think that big brother really entered the Divine Kingdom? If he comes out, then wouldn't he be a hero just as great as Na Yanda?" Nae reluctantly nodded and said, "He should be. That was only if he came back safely." Lin Ming finally stepped into the 6th level of the life and death smelting trial, the Divine Envoy. When he came to this world, Lin Ming saw that he stood within a massive open white temple, floating in air. Surrounding the temple were 9 columns shaped like coiling dragons, each one over 1,000 feet high, reaching the sky. Lin Ming stood in a vast square in front of this building. Around him, celestial mountains were suspending in the air, and towering waterfalls tens of thousands of feet high poured down the celestial mountainsides in raging torrents, turning into countless silver beads before they fell into the bottomless void. In front of Lin Ming, there was a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes and carrying a long sword strapped to his back, facing away from Lin Ming. His hair was tied in a tight knot, half black, half white, and more than 2 feet long. Lin Ming looked at this man's cultivation, and his heart chilled. He was actually a Hutian master. He was only an early Hutian master. However, there was an essential qualitative change between a pulse condensation period martial artist and a Hutian master. Lin Ming felt bitterness swelling in his heart. His bone age was less than 16 years old, and yet he had to face a Hutian master on the 6th floor. If one searched the entire Sky Spill continent, would one be able to find a 15-year-old boy that had the strength of a Hutian realm master? The middle-aged man silently turned around. His face seemed hazy, as if there was light and shadow within. Without a doubt, this was the enemy that Lin Ming had to defeat. This was also the first time that Lin Ming would be facing a Hutian realm master. The difference between the peak bone forging stage and the early Hutian realm was a stage and a half. That may not have sounded like much, but in the martial arts path, the disparity between each realm of cultivation only increased. From bone forging to pulse condensation, the meridians of one's body would be opened and connected, and true essence would be able to flow through freely and unimpeded. This was already a major leap. From pulse condensation to Hutian, true essence would gather within the Dantian and augment the entire body's meridians endlessly. This was also a major leap. Lin Ming was not sure that he could bridge these 2 massive qualitative leaps in cultivation and deal with a Hutian realm master. "Take out your spear." Lin Ming was surprised. Not only did the middle-aged man speak, but he also used the language of the realm of the gods. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his right hand. His elbow was pressed against the shaft, and the base rested against body. He pointed this nearly 10-foot-long spear at the middle-aged man and challenged him. The middle-aged man drew his long sword and slowly said, "You are doomed to lose to me. Siache." As the sword point left the scabbard, there was only a clarion ring that sounded out as the air was split apart by the sword. The middle-aged man wielded his sword and pierced towards Lin Ming. The middle-aged man's speed was simply absurdly extreme as it neared the limit. And his sword came from an inconceivable angle. No matter how one wanted to dodge, they could not escape from that sword. "Flow like silk," Lin Ming shouted and thrust forth with his spear. Since he could not see through the middle-aged man's sword path, Lin Ming would use his strength to break his move, and use a massive amount of vibrating true essence to block the sword. Peng. The sword wind dispersed. However, Lin Ming's 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments were mostly destroyed in return. He tapped his toes and quickly drew backwards. He had consumed a large amount of true essence, but it was manageable. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and the heaven and earth origin energy around him continuously poured into his body, rapidly restoring the true essence that he had used. Lin Ming's cultivation was now only at the peak of bone forging, but his stamina and endurance far surpassed that of a normal pulse condensation period martial artist. Millimeter. That light shadow martial artist showed a hint of curiosity and sent an astonished look towards Lin Ming, who was able to fend off his sword. The light shadow martial artist flicked his wrist and the sword pierced forwards exactly like before. However, this time there was a layer of red light that covered the blade. It was clear that the light shadow martial artist had used a martial skill, a Hutian Realm Master's martial skill attack. Lin Ming tightly clenched his jaw, and his entire body erupted with a flood of true essence. Flames like flickering red lotuses blossomed on the coldly shining tip of the heavy profound soft spear. The flames moved and twisted together with the 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments, charging towards the light shadow martial artist's sword as if they were a legion of fiery dragons. Bang! There was no flashy or fancy move as the spear and sword simply struck against each other. A blast of true essence exploded like a shockwave as it scattered in all directions. Although Lin Ming was able to fend against the light shadow martial artist's sword, he wasn't able to stop the shockwaves. The raging true essence was similar to hidden weapons that broke into Lin Ming's body. It was like several dozen knives had been stabbed into Lin Ming's organs. The pain was terrible. Although Lin Ming felt as if the blood within his organs was roiling, after examining himself, he found that there wasn't a serious injury. Millimeter. I withstood it. Lin Ming was ecstatic. The defensive capabilities of his body had surpassed even his own high expectations. He had been able to defend against the sword wind of a pulse condensation period master, and now he was also able to ward off the true essence aftermath waves of a Hutian Realm Master's attack. Since you could arrive at the 6th level, you truly are extraordinary. The middle-aged man revealed a hint of appreciation. He no longer looked down on Lin Ming because of his cultivation. As Lin Ming watched the middle-aged man's expression change, a thought swelled in his mind. This middle-aged man was not a puppet that was condensed from heaven and earth origin energy, but was actually a living person. Was he the same as Yang Mo, also once a servant of the sorcerer? Come again. The middle-aged man flicked his long sword and came rushing towards Lin Ming. True essence manifestation. Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the attack. The two exchanged a number of moves. Although each move wasn't particularly fast, every strike and attack was filled with a raging and fierce force of true essence. Since the light shadow man's cultivation far exceeded Lin Ming's, it had almost only been him attacking, while Lin Ming could only dodge and defend. Although he had the power of thunder and fire along with the flow-like silk ability, Lin Ming was still in perilous danger. If it wasn't for the elusive golden rock shattering the void movement technique, then he would have had no way to repeatedly dodge the middle-aged man's sword wind, and would already have lost by now. Peng 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 peng. Several dozens of attacks had already been exchanged between the two. Turbulent true essence broke apart the jade terrace of the celestial palace. The broken jade chips were like countless water drops that sprinkled from the sky like shimmering waterfalls. In such fierce collisions, the light shadow man was not injured. However, Lin Ming actually suffered the repeated aftermaths of the seething true essence shockwaves. If it wasn't for the green energy from the witch slave that had altered his body and increased his defensive power, then his organs would have already ruptured and he would have lost long ago. Bang! With an explosion, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards several hundred feet. He barely raised himself up with the support of the heavy profound soft spear, and wiped away the dripping bloodstains from the corners of his mouth. He was injured, but there wasn't anything too serious. With his powerful blood vitality supporting him, Lin Ming could even feel that his internal injuries were slowly recovering. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the question still remained. How could he win? Chapter 181 Gravity Cage. Chapter 181 Gravity Cage. Chapter 181 Gravity Cage. To defeat him, I can only use Thunder Fire Annihilation. But I can only use Thunder Fire Annihilation once. Since this light shadow martial artist is a Hutian realm master, will he be able to defend against Thunder Fire Annihilation? Once Thunder Fire Annihilation is blocked, I will have spent a massive amount of true essence, and I'll be defeated soon after. Lin Ming's mind began racing through different scenarios. There was no way that he could defeat the enemy with a surprise attack of some sort. The light shadow martial artist didn't attack for a while. His brows furrowed. He was obviously not satisfied with his own performance so far. You can't keep hiding and you can't keep defending. Do you really plan on going through a war of attrition to waste my strength? An innovative idea. However, do not forget that you are only at the bone forging stage, and I am at the Hutian realm. If you want to compare true essence reserves and drag out this fight, then the first person to falter will surely be you. The light shadow martial artist raised his sword once more, and the two exchanged dozens of moves. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. Although he danced on the edge of disaster, he still wasn't defeated. Such tenacity shocked even the light shadow martial artist. The light shadow martial artist had thought that Lin Ming's stamina was deficient, and he would be unable to persist and lose soon after. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be as stubborn as a weed. Unwittingly, the blood vitality energy within Lin Ming's body that hadn't yet been fully absorbed by him began to gradually melt and spread through his limbs, circulating through all of his blood vessels. By the virtue of this thick and powerful vitality, Lin Ming's battle tenacity rose. The true essence that he consumed was constantly replenished by the true primal chaos formula and his blood vitality, barely maintaining a balance point. Even if he was occasionally injured, Lin Ming's deceptively strong recovery abilities were able to slowly regenerate his wounds in the midst of battle. After hundreds of moves were exchanged, the light shadow martial artist had no choice but to admit to the most ridiculous and absurd reality of the situation. That was, Lin Ming's endurance was far greater than his. A peak bone forging martial artist's true essence was actually so thick and pure to the degree that his resiliency could compare to that of an early Hutian realm master. Was this even possible? Lin Ming was able to rely on his true essence manifestations and ghostly agility to dodge the majority of attacks. Coupled with turtle shell-like defensive power and extreme regenerative capabilities, he was able to compete. Even though his battle prowess was far inferior to his enemies, he was still able to persist in this dogfight. This feeling of not being able to defeat Lin Ming made no sense to the light shadow martial artist. Even if he absorbed the blood vitality energy in the first level of the life and death smelting trial, he still shouldn't be so relentless. Is there something special about this boy's body? The light shadow martial artist scowled. I have to settle this soon. Otherwise, if this drags on, it's not certain who will be the first to fall. His speed is simply too fast. If I want to attack him, I have to limit his movements first. I only have one ability that can lower his speed. But if I use this move, then I'll place major restrictions on myself. But now, there is no other way. Thinking this, the light shadow martial artist placed his sword in front of him, turned towards the ground. Gravity cage. CHA. A vast flood of true essence poured into the ground. Lin Ming suddenly felt a strange pull of gravity all around him, restricting his movements. Millimeter. It's this move. During the fifth trial, the Mortal World, the halberd-wielding pulse condensation period martial artist had also used this move, forcing Lin Ming to be unable to dodge attacks. Now, this was the same move that was used. But because it came from the hand of a Hutian realm martial artist, it was far more powerful. Lin Ming felt as if a giant magnet was pulling him to the floor. Even walking was a hard-fought struggle. This is bad. The reason that Lin Ming was able to last this far, besides his strong defensive power and formidable regenerative capabilities, had been because he was able to fall back upon the golden rock shattering the void movement skill. Using that, he had managed to avoid the majority of attacks. However, now that his movements were restricted, Lin Ming was in a very dangerous situation. Millimeter? No, if he wants to use this move then he also has to use a similarly large amount of true essence. Lin Ming discovered that the true essence within the light shadow martial artist's body was significantly weakened. He was spending a large portion of his power to create this gravity cage. Lin Ming instantly understood that this gravity cage martial skill was only suitable for use in group battles and in coordination with others. One person used gravity cage while another attacked. If there was only one person using this skill though, if he also wanted to attack, then the power he would be able to call down was also extremely limited. Seeing that light shadow martial artist begin to gather his own killing move, Lin Ming was delighted. This is my chance. This fellow simply didn't know that I also have Thunder Fire Annihilation as my own final killing blow. Originally, I had worried that you would be able to defend against Thunder Fire Annihilation with your full strength. But now that you can only use a part of it, you've simply dug your own grave. Lin Ming's lips curved in a smile, and a lotus flame kindled on the heavy profound soft spear. Just by looking at this dark red flame, it didn't seem as if it was dangerous. The light shadow martial artist presumed that this little flame was unable to pose any threat to him. In fact, the few attacks that Lin Ming had used hadn't yet managed to break through the true essence protection of his body. The light shadow martial artist only thought of how long it would be until he defeated Lin Ming. He never once imagined that there was a possibility he would be defeated himself. Power of the sorcerer, the light shadow man shouted, and a layer of blood-red light covered his sword. Behind the man, a grey ghost appeared. This ghost resembled the ancient demon spirit that was depicted on the murals within the Sorcerer Holy Land. The ghost had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads were grim and smirking, and the 6 arms were like the claws of the devil, each holding a different weapon. As this grey shade appeared, the momentum of the light shadow martial artist rose to a crescendo. Die. Lin Ming's movement technique was restricted. This strike had no chance of being dodged. Lin Ming was shocked as he saw the grey ghost that had appeared. This weird 3-headed, 6-armed being was seen in the art of the Sorcerer Holy Land. Was it possible it was also a servant of the sorcerer? The light shadow martial artist's sword cut down. Lin Ming had no time to think anymore, he could only react. He completely released all of the compressed energy that was contained within the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open. Lin Ming's true essence instantly soared. The flame Essene and Thunder Soul began to whine in excitement. Unbridled fires and violent surges of lightning swelled outwards from Lin Ming's body. In that moment, the light shadow man realized that something was wrong. This boy had actually been hiding his true strength. However, the light shadow man had already passed the point of no return. He had no choice but to send out this move of his. The man clenched his teeth and forcefully withdrew a small portion of the true essence that was maintaining the gravity field. The grey shadow image behind him became more solid and realistic, and the blood-red sword in his hand glowed with an even more beautiful light. Under the constraints of time, he was unable to fully gather his energy. Even so, he didn't think that Lin Ming's little thunder and flame could resist the power of the sorcerer. But at this moment, the flame and thunder on Lin Ming's spear suddenly interwove in the same spot. Thunder Fire Annihilation. This is. The light shadow martial artist's pupils suddenly widened. His vision was completely filled with nothing but a blazingly bright white light. The blood-colored sword that he had struck towards that incandescent light was instantly shattered. Bang! There was a deafening explosion just like a thunderclap within a raging storm. The light shadow martial artist was struck by the Thunder Fire Annihilation. The terrifying flurry of thunder was like a silver snake dancing within an inferno of dazzling red flames. A vicious shockwave reverberated in the air like the rough waves of the ocean during a storm. An incomparably vast tsunami of true essence billowed outwards in all directions. It shattered the jade floor as it swept through the entire temple. Lin Ming and the light shadow man were simultaneously sent flying backwards. As soon as Lin Ming had released Thunder Fire Annihilation, he had already been revolving all of his true essence to resist the incoming shockwaves. He vomited blood as the shock pierced through his body and the bones of both of his spear-holding hands were broken. However, the light shadow man was in an even worse situation. He hadn't prepared for that move, and his sword had also cut into the ball of thunder and flame. At such close distance, even though he was a Hutian realm master, his chest had blown up and he was covered in blood, simply a mangled mess. Damn! The light shadow man supported himself with his long sword. He had been too careless. He didn't think that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a mere bone-forging martial artist and be humiliated. He spat a mouthful of blood. At least half of the ribs in his chest had been shattered. He's not dead. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he staggered backwards. A Hutian realm master was simply too strong. Even though he had used most of his strength to power the gravity cage, he had actually managed to fend off Thunderfire annihilation. Lin Ming's heart sank. Although the light shadow man was heavily injured, Lin Ming had already used up the heretical god force and Thunderfire annihilation. If they continued to fight, then he would be put into an even more dire situation. However, at this moment, Yang Mo's voice suddenly resounded above the shattered temple. The 6th level, cleared. Hearing this, the light shadow man seemed very unwilling. He glared at Lin Ming with indignant anger, grabbed his sword, and walked back to the temple. I passed. Lin Ming found this unbelievable. At this time, space twisted in front of Lin Ming, and Yang Mo appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first one in the last 19,000 years to pass the 6th smelting trial. Lin Ming was puzzled. He asked, I didn't kill the enemy of the 6th floor, how could that be regarded as passing? Yang Mo said, as long as you defeat the guardian of the 6th level, then you have passed. If your move truly would have killed him, then I would have blocked the attack. The guardian of the 6th level is different from the first 5. He is a true soul, and has a soul brand as well as his own independent consciousness. Sure enough, this was also something that Lin Ming had guessed, so it wasn't too surprising. Yang Mo said, there are several guardians of the 6th level. Their cultivations range from the early Hutian realm to the limit of the Xiantian realm. In the past, they were once the sorcerer envoys of large tribes within the southern wilderness. However, even in the southern wilderness there were constant wars, and occasionally, even these sorcerer envoys would be killed. These individuals were also once wounded and on the verge of death. They were rescued by me in exchange for guarding the 6th level of the smelting trial with their souls. So it's like this, Lin Ming suddenly realized. The so-called sorcerer envoys were truly worthy of their reputation. Out of all the sorcerer envoys, the one he had dealt with was the weakest of them all. This was only because he was 15 years old. If he was any older, then he would have had to face a middle Hutian, or even late Hutian realm master. You may rest for 3 hours, and then carry on to the 7th smelting trial. Yang Mo said this, and then immediately vanished. Lin Ming could only force a grim smile as he listened to this. How could he pass through the 7th floor? The 6th floor was already a measure of his luck. With his current strength, he was simply not a match for a Hutian realm master. If it wasn't for the Guardian losing his patience and trying to forcefully limit his movements, thus leaving an opening in his defense, there was simply no way for Lin Ming to have one. Now, his strength hadn't increased, and he had to pass the 7th trial. How could he do this? Starting from the 4th trial, the difficulty of every following one had increased by a ridiculous degree. If it went as expected, then the difficulty of the 7th level would greatly surpass that of the 6th. How should he proceed from here? If he couldn't, then the strange red quartz would turn into a dream, and he wouldn't even receive the reward for passing the 6th trial. In any event, he had to put forth his total effort. Even though there was only the slightest glimmer of hope, he still had to stride forwards. Chapter 182 The Mysterious 7th Floor. Chapter 182 The Mysterious 7th Floor. Chapter 182 The Mysterious 7th Floor. Lin Ming restored his mood to tranquility, took out 2 pure true essence stones, and sat down in meditation as he began to recover his strength while slathering bone-recovering medicines on his arms. A moment ago, he had fractured the bones within his arms that were holding the spear, and they had turned into a bloody mess. This kind of injury would normally be impossible for a martial artist to recuperate from even within half a month. However, Lin Ming's resilience, recovery rate, and blood vitality had all been greatly enhanced. In addition to the effects of 2 priceless bone recovery pastes, his arms were completely recovered within 2 hours. In the last remaining hour, Lin Ming restored his true essence and physical strength to its optimum condition, and adjusted his mood to be tranquil and serene. Finally, he began the 7th and last trial. A light flashed, and the temple disappeared around him. Lin Ming entered into a dazzlingly bright white world filled with luminous light, and countless scenes formed and twisted around him. The 7th trial. In 19,000 years, no one has ever set foot here. Lin Ming clenched his fists, and completely calmed down. Prior to this, Lin Ming had repeatedly imagined what sort of scenario would play out in the 7th level. However, now that he had truly set foot in the 7th level, what he saw here left him utterly stunned. Of the first 6 levels, each world and corresponded to its name. For instance, the first level of hell had been a blood lake. The second level was Hungry Ghost, which corresponded to the Yellow Springs. The third level was Animals, which corresponded to the vast wilderness. The fourth witch slave level had corresponded to an arena. Lin Ming believed that since the 7th level was the world of the sorcerer, the scene he expected to see should have been similar to some land within the realm of the gods. But he didn't expect to come to a normal human city. Around Lin Ming, there were lively crowds and peddlers hawking their wares. There were little children playing around, and the faint hint of dust and fragrant flowery perfume mixed in the air. Everything seemed to be an absolute reality. But none of these had surprised Lin Ming. What had shocked him beyond speech was the place where he now stood. He stood before a fancy, yet somewhat old restaurant. The clay tiles were no longer bright, and the red lacquered pillars were faded with time. The old windows sagged, and the roof was tilted. Everything exuded a vague flavor of endless years. Lin Ming was far too familiar with this restaurant. Since as long as he could remember, he had been running within the lobby, listening to storytellers weave their fantastic tales and roaming bards singing their glorious songs. He had watched as people played chess, and had eaten candy with old and frequent customers. The covered teacups, the sugar-coated candid whores, the towel draped over the shoulder of a waiter, the delicious food that his mother had made, all of these were exactly the same as those within his memories. This was his home. This is the Lin family restaurant of Green Mulberry City. I've lived here for more than a decade of my life. How did I end up here? Lin Ming couldn't help but slowly lift his foot to enter into the restaurant. But just as he passed the threshold, in that moment, he froze. Lin Ming stood where he was, his heart like a billowing unsure wave. He saw a young man dressed in elegant silk clothing, about 18 or 19 and holding a fan, smile and walk out from the kitchen. But this person wasn't some stranger. This person was none other than Lin Ming. To be exact, this was Lin Ming a few years later. However, looking at this man, Lin Ming could see that he had no hint of cultivation within his body. He had a bookish and scholarly appearance. He had apparently never cultivated martial arts in his life. Not only that, but the two were completely incompatible in demeanor and temperament. Even when Lin Ming held his breath, there was still a sharp air that was present between his brows. This air seemed as if it was ready to erupt at any moment and pass through the sky, unstoppable. But this young man in front of him only held a cynical smile, and in that smile was even a touch of evil. He had the elegance of a scholar's son. Is this really me? Lin Ming could not believe this. Little Lizzie, prepare a sedan for me. Miss Sue of the Teal Flower Hall is holding a performance tonight. Go reserve a card for me, I shall go down in support. The young man snapped as he quickly swung his fan. This is not good. The small servant named Little Lizzie looked embarrassed as he said, Young master, the second lady of the Tian family is holding a feast tonight and personally requested that you attend by name. Attend your face. If she's holding a feast, then she'll want a chef. What use is there in me going? Little Lizzie seemed pained. The second lad of the Tian family would like to request that young master leave behind a painting at the birthday banquet tonight, with a poem. You are currently the new chosen scholar, your poetry is definitely number one within Mulberry City. Moreover, young master, this second lady of the Tian family is very beautiful and virtuous. The last time Madam saw her, she liked her very much. Perhaps in the future. Young master, hey, young master, don't go. Before little Lizzie had finished, the youth had already stepped out the door without even a backwards glance. He said, "If my father asks where I went, tell him I went to drink." Before the words had finished, he was already gone. Little Liz's face was like a bitter eggplant that was squashed. He was simply finished. If the master or the madam found out about this, then he would certainly be scolded. The second lady of the Tien family had a good impression of the young master. Not only that, but the second lady of the Tien family was kind, beautiful, had a good background, and was a natural fit to the young master, who was the chosen scholar. But young Master Lin had actually taken a liking towards Miss Sue of Teal Flower Hall. It really was impossible to understand his mood. The truth was, Teal Flower Hall was actually a brothel, but it was a higher class, more elegant brothel. The majority of the prostitutes inside were well-groomed and mannered, and sold their skills not their bodies. They had elegant and refined appearances, and were proficient in poetry and painting. These talented ladies could be considered stunning and rare beauties within the world. And Miss Sue was the main attraction of Teal Flower Hall. Although she still maintained her pure body, she was still a prostitute of a brothel. With her cheap origins, how could the master and madam possibly allow her to marry into the family? I'm dead. If the master becomes aware that the young master has gone to Teal Flower Hall, then not only will the young master be finished, but I will also suffer bad luck. Little Lizzie had a face of suffering. He didn't know whether he should honestly report this matter to the master and madam, or if he should try to conceal it. Lin Ming had been silently standing outside of the restaurant, quietly watching the scene unfold. Just now, the young man had brushed past Lin Ming, but hadn't even glanced at Lin Ming once. Lin Ming understood. He did not belong to this world, he was simply a passerby. There wasn't a single person in this world that could see him. What's going on here? Why is there another me? When I was 8 years old, my parents let me go to school to study. I went to the capital, and in order to study for the preliminary examination, I studied and read books for 4 years until I was 12 years old. At that time, I threw away all my books and wholeheartedly abandoned everything to pursue the martial path. Because of this, I fought a bitter dispute with my parents, before I finally wore them down. The Lin Ming that I became in this world did not abandon his books for martial arts. Instead, he entered into the preliminary exam and turned from a scholar into a candidate of the imperial court. Why is there such a world? Is this a true parallel world? Or is this an imaginary world that stems from my mind? If this is the 7th trial, the sorcerer world, then what does it test? Does it test my heart of martial arts? If it tests my heart of martial arts, then what is considered as passing this trial? Since this is the sorcerer world, then why did I come to the human world? Lin Ming's mood was complex. He just stood within the lobby of the restaurant. Like this, he stood for several days. People came and went, and no one saw him. There were even those that passed through his body. On the streets there were peddlers hawking their wares, street entertainers singing bright and cheerful songs, the rich aroma of food and wine, and there were also even the weathered faces of his parents. Everything around him seemed so real and yet unreal. All of the people around him were familiar, and yet they also seemed like strangers. In this noisy and hectic world, Lin Ming seemed like a grey existence. His shadow was alone, and he was incomparably desolate. This world is an illusion, and I am real. Or maybe, this world is real, and I am an illusion. No, this is wrong. This isn't my world. This is only a demon within my heart. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open and flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear. Peng! Lin Ming could only hear the sounds of countless panes of glass shattering at once. In front of him, the restaurant along with the customers had all completely vanished. However, Lin Ming did not return to the life and death smelting trial. Instead, he had arrived within a bloody battlefield. Loud war drums sounded in the distance, and glorious flags fluttered in the air. This is. Lin Ming saw armored cavalry soldiers in front of him. He felt a chill and his heart went cold. He suddenly realized something. Lin Ming's soul force was like a tide as it spread out in all directions. In a moment, it had locked onto the form of a youth. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This was really true. Lin Ming moved. In a mere moment, he had appeared inside a barracks. Inside, there was a 15 or 16-year-old youth wearing a simple suit of armor. He held a plain iron spear in his hands, and his expression was filled with intense fear and fretfulness. Seeing this youth, Lin Ming gave a complex look before closing his eyes. It was himself, it was really himself. Why was this? At 12 years of age, he had gotten into a dispute with his parents. Finally, he had been allowed to practice martial arts. At this time, Lin Ming said that if he couldn't achieve the first stage of body transformation before he was 15 years old, then he would join the army, establish himself there and perform countless services, and return home a hero with riches and honor. In light of this, it seemed that this was when he would have joined the army. This was another Lin Ming within another world. In the barracks, the youth was sitting on a bench. He took out a thin piece of oilcloth and began to silently wipe down his spear. Compared to his size, the spear was much longer than it should be. "Hey, newbie, is this your first time on the battlefield?" A veteran over 30 years old with a simple face said, as he walked over carrying a bowl of rice. The youth sheepishly nodded and said, "Ah, yes, I am a new recruit." "Haha, new recruits on the battlefield are always so tense and anxious." "It's all right. Since we're in the same barracks, we will be sent to the same place. Just follow behind me, I will protect you." "Good, great." The youth had a somewhat juvenile and innocent expression. He nervously squeezed out a grateful smile. When war broke out, tens of thousands of soldiers rushed forwards, their vast and dominating auras even washing away the clouds. Smoke rose from all directions, fierce combat resounded in every corner, and a spear broke off a halberd. The youth returned in the triumphant army. However, that simple-faced veteran hadn't come back. When soldiers died together, they were also buried together. Without a grave, that youth didn't even know the veteran's name. With each passing day, that youth's expression became less and less tender, and increasingly filled with a fierce and firm determination. Slowly, from a recruit he became a corporal. From a corporal he became a captain. And from a captain he became a battalion leader. His spear skills became more and more refined, his strength increasingly grew, and his military knowledge and appearance became more and more mature. Gradually, this youth also became a veteran. He would look at every new recruit, and say to them, "It's all right. When we charge forward, follow behind me, I will protect you." That once naive and innocent boy had harbored a dream to join the army. With each excursion into foreign lands, he saw more and more people become nothing but bleached bones. After having survived through life and death, he had been hardened, he was just like the veteran. Like this, the days endlessly continued. Each soldier had a dream of being a general. But, they were more likely to follow the steps of their predecessors, dreaming of those that had passed away. Lin Ming silently watched the world change before his eyes. He finally began to understand. This life was not an illusion, nor was it real. To the people of this world, he was an illusion. And to him, the world was an illusion. Life was like a dream. Dream was like life. True or false, real or fake, originally there was never anyone who could tell which was which. Perhaps the 7th level was not a test. Rather, it was an opportunity, a chance, a feeling, and a profoundly deep understanding into the heart of martial arts. Realizing this, Lin Ming no longer decided to destroy the world. Instead, he would only follow in its footsteps and look on. He was merely a passerby. He would observe the changes of time, take a step back, and see the endlessly vast dream that was painted. Outside the life and death smelting trial, in a place of darkness, Yang Mo was calmly looking into the endless void, a giant eye that was without an expression. He became aware. Extraordinary. It is only the second world, and yet he has already understood the truth. Now it has been one day and one night. This young man's grasp of the heart of martial arts is simply startling. The 7th trial was exactly one that tested one's heart of martial arts. Although this was a trial, it was also a great fortuitous opportunity. If one was able to comprehend the original intent behind the trial, then they could experience the endless worlds and temper their mind. The benefit from this was limitless. Although there had never been anyone who had entered into the final level of the life and death smelting trial for the last 19,000 years, Yang Mo knew the truth. The truth was that the array formation that the sorcerer left behind could also be found within the realm of the gods. Its name was samsara. Even those favored by the heavens within the realm of the gods would often lose themselves after entering into the samsara. Most would assume that the worlds were a product of the demon with their hearts, and they would constantly undermine and destroy these worlds. However, when new worlds would emerge endlessly, and they would see countless reflections of themselves, then they would lose their heart and become dazed. In the end, they would not be able to distinguish between what was reality and illusion, and ultimately wouldn't even know if they were themselves real. Once they were lost, their heart of martial arts would be damaged, and this might even affect their future cultivation. Even if a heavenly genius was to realize the meaning of the samsara, they would often have to go through several, or even dozens of worlds as they slowly grasped the truth. But Lin Ming had been able to see through what was true and what was false in only the second world, and comprehend the meaning behind the samsara. How could Yang Mo not be surprised by this? Unfortunately, Master has probably already passed away. Otherwise, he would certainly be willing to accept this youth as his apprentice. I had thought that his young man's natural talent was ordinary, and the only reason he was able to have such achievements was because he had a fortuitous encounter. I didn't think that his perception in the heart of martial arts would be at such a state. He truly is a talent in this aspect. I will take a good look at just what he can realize from these 100 samsaras. Samsara and Chapter 183 Samsara of 100 Lives. Chapter 183 Samsara of 100 Lives. Chapter 183 Samsara of 100 Lives. TLN, in the measurement system of this series, 10 inches equals 1 foot, because of Chinese measurements being different. In the never-ending samsara, the concept of time no longer existed. Lin Ming passed, looking through, and ingrained deep within his heart every fleeting moment. Every time in Lin Ming's life when he had come to a fork in the road, he would see a completely different existence. Lin Ming saw his meteoric rise to the heavens, and also saw his abject fall to perdition. He saw his future with different wives and different children. He stayed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and became the 7 Profound Martial Housemaster. He had married the 7 Profound Envoy, Qin Xingxuan, and had a flourishing family with many children and grandchildren. The legacy he left would become the #1 family within the nation. He stayed in the vast southern wilderness. There, he married the sisters, Na Yi and Na Shui. Together they would rebuild the Na tribe, and he would rule the south as king. Of course, there were endless grey lives where he would experience the most miserable of fates. Once, Lin Ming did not find the magic cube. He was hunted and persecuted by Zhu Yang. The muscles and tendon of his body were severed and his parents died from illness. He would live the remainder of his life as a pitiful beggar. Looking through each life, Lin Ming maintained his mentality as a traveling passerby, without holding any pathos towards these sights. So what is called the present is actually fragile like a butterfly's wings. Even if there was a slight change in the past, the present becomes an entirely different result. The past is the cause, and the future is the effect. Causality becomes karma, and the circle of samsara continues again and again. As Lin Ming began to realize more and more things, his heart of martial arts became nothing like it was before. It used to be a simple and firm will, but now it became increasingly complex, containing thousands of profound truths within. Outside of the sorcerer pagoda, Na Yi and Na Shui already waited for 5 days and 5 nights. Starting from the second day, Na Yi had no longer held onto to any hope. She presumed that Lin Ming had died within the divine kingdom. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be in there for such a long time. Prior to that, Na Yi had never imaged that Lin Ming could possibly die. Such a stunning and glorious genius of the southern wilderness had fallen from the sky. After the last of her waning hope dissipated, Na Yi could not say what she felt. There was regret, lament, and even sadness. These 2 sisters could only count upon themselves to go on, and could only count upon themselves to avenge their parents. Although she recognized that Lin Ming had died, Nae still hadn't left the Sorcerer Holy Land. This was because, in order to leave the Sorcerer Holy Land and travel to the nearest tribe, she had to pass through the wild jungle. With the strength of those two, there was less than a 70% chance that they would survive. With a 70% chance, Nae still might take this risk. However, what had let her feel despair and stay within the secret chamber of the Sorcerer Holy Land was that when Nae had ventured out, she had found the corpses of the horses. The reins of the 4 dwarf horses that had been tied to the ground had been abruptly ripped apart. There were large tracts of blood that covered the floor. One horse was half-eaten, while the other 3 were already savagely bitten to death. Nae knew that if she had no horses, then the chances of them making it out with their lives intact was less than 20%. It was impossible for Nae to place her little sister within such a dangerous gamble. Nae was pilfering through the packs of the horses for some useful items, when at this moment, she suddenly saw 2 pairs of glittering green eyes from within the jungle. These were 2 corrupt wolves. A corrupt wolf was a second-level vicious beast that was equal to a peak-altering muscle martial artist in strength. They were usually scavengers. Of course, they also did not mind eating living creatures. Luckily, the transmission array was still open. Before the corrupt wolves could pounce on her, she had already fled back into the Sorcerer Holy Land, and had closed the transmission array from inside. Like this, Nae and Na Shui were stranded within the Sorcerer Holy Land. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, they had been quickly eating their food. This food had been brought by the monkey-faced man and the bald man. However, they didn't take much because there was food and water that could be found in the jungles of the southern wilderness. With their strength and experience, they were also able to distinguish what was poisonous. Foraging for food was not difficult, but Nae could not face off with the 2 corrupt wolves guarding the exit. A horse was 700 or 800 jins. The 3 horses together were more than 2,000 jins. If the 2 corrupt wolves ate 50 jins each every day, it was still enough to last them 40 days. For these 40 days, Nae simply didn't know what to do. If they were trapped in the Sorcerer Holy Land, then they would eventually die of thirst or starvation. "Big sister, what are we going to do?" Na Shui whispered as she rubbed her belly. She was hungry. A martial artist cultivator could survive for much longer than a mortal without food or water. They did not need as much food or water, but that didn't mean that they didn't feel hunger. Now, the 2 sisters only had enough food for 3 days. In order to ration, they would have to eat very little every day. Seeing the pale face of her little sister, Nae's heart ached. She turned to look at the sorcerer pagoda, her eyes filled with determination. Her last hope was to rush up the sorcerer pagoda. Of course, this was not the best age for her to climb the sorcerer pagoda. And the direst question was, even if she were to enter the sorcerer pagoda, the most her strength would be enhanced by was a stage, to altering muscle. In order to deal with the 2 corrupt wolves outside which had peak altering muscle strength, could she do this with only her altering muscle ability? Even if she managed to defeat the 2 corrupt wolves, without horses, was there still any hope in leading her little sister past the several hundred miles of jungle wilderness? Na found herself in an unprecedented life or death crisis. The moonlit night was filled with the scent of blood. A young man holding onto a crimson dagger was sitting in a large tree, wiping off the blood from his dagger. The dim and cold moonlight shone down from above, illuminating the world. The young man's dagger was like liquid mercury, suffused with a deep murderous aura. At this point, the young man suddenly looked up, his dark eyes staring into the empty void. His eyes were filled with a dignified vigilance. "Who?" the young man coldly asked. This young man was also Lin Ming. Lin Ming had become a killer. He was the top assassin within Sky Fortune Kingdom, feared by all. Even hearing his name uttered made others quake in their boots. Lin Ming, who had been standing in the void, was taken aback. This was the first time that someone had become cognizant of him. "He's aware of me. Is this stemming from the intuition of an assassin? Whether or not he's aware of me, at least this proves that I am not completely separate from this illusory world, but have partly integrated into the fabric of its existence. This was why he was able to discover me. Fantasy and reality are polar existences of each other, and yet dependent on the other. Without fantasy, there is no point in reality. Without reality, fantasy has no meaning. Reality is fantasy, fantasy is reality. This is already the 99th world that I've come to. Lin Ming didn't speak nor did he move, he only stood still as he always had. That young assassin frowned, ultimately realizing that this was just an illusion. Lin Ming turned around and stepped into the void. It was time to leave the 99th world. Was there still anything after 99 worlds? Lin Ming took out the heavy profound soft spear from his spatial ring. 9 feet 9 inches was the limit of the spear. Why was it only 9 feet 9 inches? Why not just a bit longer? In reverie, Lin Ming arrived at a brilliantly bright white world. There was nothing in this world, only countless shining lights all around. Gradually, these lights converged into the image of a young man, standing opposite to Lin Ming. This young man's clothing, appearance, age, manners, were all the same as Lin Ming. It was a complete replica of him. This is the 100th world. In this empty world, there is only my conscience here. In the last 99 worlds I've been in, each me was not the same as me. But in this 100th world, this young man is exactly the same as I am now. Who are you? The youth asked in surprise. You are who you are. You are who I am. The youth furrowed his brows. I am Lin Ming. There is only one Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, there is only one. Then you are an illusion. I am not an illusion. Then I am an illusion. You are not an illusion. Then in the end, who is the true Lin Ming? The youth asked, puzzled. Lin Ming was silent for a long time. He finally murmured, what is left behind is not necessarily true. I understand. After 99, all returns to 1. The 9 foot 9 inch heavy profound soft spear, 1 more inch, and it is 10 feet again. After 99 worlds, this is the 100th world, and it is also my world. Once 9 revolves, it naturally returns to 1. This is the cycle of life. This is samsara. This is fate. However, this one is different from the one at the beginning. Samsara is not a simple return to the origin. It is nirvana and it is rebirth. Realizing this point, Lin Ming finally said, you and I are different. This is because I have experienced a cycle of 99 samsaras. As his voice faded, the youth in front of Lin Ming turned into a myriad of light and shadows. The light and shadows floating in the air for a moment as if they were dancing together. Finally, they flew into Lin Ming's body, submerging inside of him and disappearing. Peng! The white world completely shattered. Lin Ming was like a giant whirlpool. All the fragments of the worlds and the lives of his samsaras were inverted into Lin Ming and fused within the world of his consciousness. A mosaic of sights, an entanglement of thoughts, all were like a tide that emerged within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. All these myriad of experiences and split personalities coalesced within him. If one's mind wasn't firm, then they would be lost within the influx of these countless memories. In a decent scenario they would only be turned mad, but in the worst-case scenario they would turn into a blubbering idiot with no rational thought. However, Lin Ming had already experienced the space within the magic cube and had swallowed 2 soul fragments. With this, he had gained the experience to resist such a flood of memories. What he didn't understand was why the 100 worlds of the samsara would shatter and merge into his consciousness. He had already understood the 100 cycles of samsara. The trial should have come to an end. So why was this happening? The memories kept accelerating towards him, becoming more and more complex. Even Lin Ming was reaching his limit. A vast storm swirled within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. If not for Lin Ming's tremendous soul force, then this mammoth tempest would have already twisted his spiritual sea and shattered it into pieces. The fierce storm grew increasingly wild. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and let the entirety of his soul force dash into that storm in order to suppress it. Within the roaring sound, Lin Ming's soul force was like a flood dragon that surfaced from his spiritual sea. It plunged into the black storm that churned within him. Bang! Lin Ming felt as if his head was about to explode. He was incapacitated, unable to even kneel on the floor. The raging storm within his spiritual sea finally began to die down. However, it did not vanish. That black storm only curled up within the sky above the spiritual sea. It was as if it was tearing a black hole in space that led to a profoundly mysterious world. Could this be? Lin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and probed the black swirl with his soul force, a surge of wild emotions mixing within him. With both eyes closed, countless chaotic scenes flashed within Lin Ming's mind, the infinite fragments and experiences of life. The 100 samsara have integrated into the world of my consciousness. As he opened his eyes, Lin Ming's pupils reflected a pair of deep black swirls, as if the infinite universe existed within them. Martial intent. This is a new kind of martial intent. After I experienced the samsara of 100 lives, I actually comprehended a new martial intent. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.